everybody. Welcome to my stream. It's Wednesday. What's going on, everyone? Welcome in. It's good to see you all, as always. We've got a fun-packed stream tonight, a lot better than yesterday. 100%. For many reasons. The first reason being that we don't have to watch the Tories debate today. Obviously, we don't have to do that because we watched that yesterday. But we do have the news to go through. And we do have a couple of other things to look at. I have made the go live notification a little bit clickbaity. I personally don't think that Andrew Callaghan has gone fash, but there was a thumbnail that I saw today, and I'll show it you in a minute, and it just made me like terrified. I was just kind of like terrified. I was like, oh no, this is the anti-SJW arc for Channel 5 News. If you don't know about Channel 5 News, if you don't know about Andrew Callaghan, he started with like a show called All Gas No Breaks, and he would go around to like, you know, people in the US who were doing like crazy things, you know, just things like beyond the pale, and like interview people and stuff. He's done a bunch of interviews with like you know, for example, like ex-gang members, and he's been to like NRA meetings, he's been to like Trump rallies and shit like that. Like, that's how he like made his name. And he's always like presented things from a left-wing perspective. You can kind of see that in his presenting style and the way that he edits and stuff like that. But I just saw a thumbnail today that made me feel a little bit like, ew, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, he did do the trucker convoys. Hey, B-Rat, how's it going? Welcome in. And hello, Pat's Potato. And hello, DJ Che. That's right, it's Wednesday. Yeah, so that's the guy. When you see him, you'll recognize him. Big, tall, white guy with curly hair. Yeah, you'll know who he is when we tune into him. But yeah, how am I? Do you ask? How am I? Well, for a start, before we do that, let's have a little look. Cynthia. Hello, Cynthia's in the stream. So is Shafiq. So is JMM. So is Thora Star. I'm glad to hear you're doing better. Gumba Master. Lexi. Hell to Pay. Welcome in. We've also got our DJ. We've also got our Pat Potato. We've also got our B-Rat. And we've got the Orrery. And we've got Semiotic. Hello. It's not Choose Gay anymore, I'm afraid. No, sorry. No, now it's Wednesday. How am I, do you ask? Well, I had a bit of a rude awakening this morning. From no one, apparently. I just was woken up somehow by some horrific chance. I was literally just awake about half an hour before my alarm this morning, and so I'm so fucking tired today. No idea how I've managed to get through today, but I have started writing my next video, which is on Xander Hall and his sex cult that he definitely has. So there you go. Squid Punk, how are you doing? What's going on? Welcome in. Please go follow Squid Punk, everybody. As you know, we raided them on Monday. They rose a lot of money for the abortion fund, I think. I can't remember who the charity actually was. The National Abortion Fund, I think it was. Over the weekend, they did about 30 plus hours of streaming. Yeah, you heard me right. Yeah, sex cult. I remember when Zandy blocked me and Patch for talking shit about him. Yeah, you see, this is the thing. Like, you know, it's weird that, like, Xander Hall seems to only go after, like, women and women of color. Just like his best friend Vorsh. It's weird how that happens. Like, anyone who he deems worthy of having an opinion about him, he blocks, actually. You thought he'd be too much of an incel for that? Oh no. The way that wanker treated his ex still makes me physically sick. Yes, I will be talking about that, Cynthia. Yeah, I will be talking about that. Yeah. I want to join a sex cult. Maybe not. That's my plans for Saturday. Not Zan's, though. Yeah. Any sex cult but his would be good. Yeah, it seems to go after queer folk as well. Yeah, it seems to go after trans women as well. Yeah. 100%. There's a 300% chance he'll make a response. I'm certain you know that. I am desperate for him to make a response. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want him to make a response. Because if he makes a response, then he's fallen into my trap because I won't respond. I simply will not respond. And that's that. Because I love that. I love that about debate bros. They're desperate to make you debate them. They're desperate to make you debate them. But then if you just like don't, if you just don't debate them, PogChamp, you've won. You've won the debate. Won the debate by not getting involved with it straight away. Every day I find new reasons to be thankful for finding debate fuckers utterly repulsive. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We all need to comment on that video ASAP so he gets even more mad. Yep, absolutely. It will be a hellish ride. It will be a hellish ride. And it will definitely perform better than my recent video, which would be understandable. The way that my videos seem to go, it's the same. I was talking about this with Shafiq earlier on. My videos where I tell people to like go outside and do stuff always perform extremely poorly. But my videos about like absurd online drama will always outperform them. Like my Vorsh videos got like 15,000 views. My Doomerism videos got like 22,000 views. The Xander Hall video is gonna do well. Unfortunately, I don't want it to be like that. I don't want to have to like cater to the algorithm like that. But you know, can someone tell me how Xander Hall and Vorsh are different in any way? This is the funny thing, dude. This is the funny thing, right? Because I'm gonna mention this. I've already written this in the video about how like lots of debate bros, like debate fans, Xander Hall is like notably less popular than Vorsh, which is extremely funny. And lots of debate fans legit just call him Zoomer Vorsh, which is so funny. I think that's so fucking funny. You know, for like a cis-het man to be like, you know, emasculated in that way. Like, you're not as good as like Ian. Like, oh damn, I bet he seethes when he sees those comments. I bet he fucking seethes. Hey Joe, how you doing? What's going on? Welcome in. Yeah, literally, why should we bother to reply to Kautsky? He would reply to us, then we would have to reply to his reply. There's no end to that. It's quite enough for us to announce that Kautsky is a traitor to the working class and everyone will understand everything. Spot on. Yeah, it's stupid because Vorsh is a Zoomer as well. They're all Zoomers. Like, all these, like, they look like middle-aged men and they're just all Zoomers. It's just so funny. It's rage clicks as well. I know people will watch it because, like, here's the thing. I also know, like, debate bro fans will watch my video because they did actually get watching my Vorsh video, so you know. The outside does have people in it, to be fair. It is a little scary. I agree. Hey Prince, how you doing? The world's got me feeling doomery, so I've been avoiding news, social media, and sadly your latest vid in the past few days, hoping that I can come back with fresh eyes. That's alright, Prince. Yeah, listen, don't worry about it. Like, you know, like, I go on about, you know, doomerism and shit like that, and like how it's like a waste of time. So like, I actually extremely respect your decision to stay off social media and anything, you know, anything regarding that. So don't worry about it. You're absolutely fine. And I hope you're feeling better. These are the types of dudes I'd see outside EDM concerts yelling at each other threateningly in a very embarrassing manner for no reason. Yeah, those kinds of guys, yeah. I can't wait for the screams of ad hominem and emotional argument to fill the air. Oh, don't worry, Squid. There'll be none of that. There'll be none of that. Because the main thing that they're gonna criticize me for in this video, and I guarantee it, is pedo jacketing. That's what they're going to accuse me of in this video. But I'm saying nothing more on that. I'm gonna make you wait until the video. But yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot regarding Zanman. There's a lot. But yeah, so there you go. Look forward to that. Look forward to that. Either that or they'll call you Baldy. Well, what happened last time when I called out someone for being a groomer is that they sent their fans to my stream to say that I'm actually the groomer. You know, because I'm queer. Oh, but Debate Bros... No, they're going to stop fascism. They're going to stop fascism. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Skidadia, how you doing? Can I get a shout out for Skidadia, please? It's important to take out time to fight the tendency to doomerism. It's an important part of activism, just as rest is an important part of exercise. Exactly. I agree. I agree. So, what have we got for today, chat? Well, the answer to that question is, we're doing the news. We're doing the news, we're doing the news, we're doing the news. And then we're going to look at the Andrew Callahan video. Then we're going to look at The College Industrial Complex is a City Girl by Victory the Creator, which is a video that I've meant to look at for a long time. I've meant to watch this video for a long time, but it's got some people in it that we know. It's got FD, it's got Foreign Man, and there's some other creators in there too, so that's going to be interesting to check out in a bit. And then if we've got time, I'll be looking at the weird guy that we found yesterday and why he never wears shoes. So, there you go. A projection so far I can see Trailer Park Boys from halfway across the country. That's right, Squid. It is a well-groomed beard. You're right, but I don't think they're talking about that. Hey, 30 Bird, how are you doing? And hey, Tutus, how are you? Persona, fun.
I used my Prime sub yesterday, but it's popping up now. Lol, hash shoes are prisons for our feet.
Persona fun, thank you so much for the 7-month Prime Gaming. Yeah, Twitch is weird like that. Twitch is fucking weird. So weird. Yeah, Tutus, how are you doing? Welcome in. Can I get a shout out for Tutus Draws as well, please? Excellent art streamer. Excellent art streamer. So yeah, that's what we've got. We're going to crack straight into it because I'm a little late, as per usual. So we're going into the politics. We're going into the politics category. You know what that means, chat. We're going to get lots of very clever big brain boys coming in to the stream. They're going to be very smart. They're going to debate me in the marketplace of ideas. And I'm going to cumster and dumpster their dads. So that's what's going to happen. Be mindful. If you've got your whispers turned on, turn them off. And that's it. That's it, basically. That's the long and short of it. Anyway.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report.
Say hello, Amy.
I'm Amy Goodman. The Washington Post reporting the Justice Department's investigating former President Trump.
Ooh, you got a bag of Rebels.
Criminal probe into efforts to overturn the 2020 election. As part of the probe, prosecutors have reportedly received phone records of key officials within Trump's circle, including his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. The Post also revealed 2 aides to former
Andy, what's going on?
Pence.
Can I get a shout out for Andy, please?
Mark
I'm a
Short,
coconut.
And lawyer Greg Jacob recently testified before a grand jury. On Tuesday, Attorney General Merrick Garland spoke to Lester Holt on NBC's Nightly News. Garland refused to rule out charging Donald Trump.
Hashtag lock him up now is on fire. I've actually disabled my Twitter timer today just for the stream. Just for the stream. Oh, it's actually like the Twitter timer still works, apparently. I don't know how this fucking Twitter timer works. It's like if I turn it off, it still stops me from looking at Twitter. And if I turn it on, it stops me from looking at Twitter. So it's just like, I have no fucking clue what the crack is. But like, I have it on specifically today for a reason. Hold up. Where is it? Where is it? Ah, here we go. Yeah, here we fucking go. Okay. I got it. I just wanted to show everybody this. And someone said here, right? Someone said, my partner sent me this tweet before, and all she said was, his eyes look so fucking weird. And I had no idea what the context was, and I had a look at it, and the tweet said, imagine pretending you have COVID just because you had a facelift. What is going on with his eyes? What is going on with his eyes? You can show me videos from today's strike. I'd like to see that. Yeah, I'd like to see that. What is going on with his eyes here?
You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-cop. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-American. Donald Trump lacked the courage to act. The brave women and men in blue all across this.
Do you think that he's just like had Botox? Do you think that's what it is? He looks like he's had a facelift. He does look. He looks like he's had a facelift. Is that Joe Biden? Oh my God. Hey Vaughn, by the way, how you doing?
Nation should never forget that.
Do you think it's stimulants?
Can't be pro-insurrection and pro.
Do you think it's similar? Yeah, he's not blinking. It's weird. Like normally his eyes are like this. He's normally like this, right? Is that a thing? Like he's got like, you know, closed eye syndrome. I don't know. His forehead is also not moving. Yeah.
Pro-cop. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-America.
Back up cyborg body. So weird. I just have no idea what the fuck that is. What is going on? What is going on? So odd. Android technology's come a long way. Yeah.
Anyone who was criminally responsible
deep fake
for the events surrounding January 6th, for any attempt to interfere with the lawful transfer of power.
This guy's got COVID. Listen to his voice.
Accountable. That's what we do. We don't pay any attention to other issues with respect to that.
So if Donald Trump were to become a candidate for president again, that would not change your schedule or how you move forward or don't move forward?
Say again that we will hold accountable anyone who was criminally responsible for attempting to interfere with the legitimate, lawful transfer of power from one administration to the next.
Yeah, but bro, you've said that Donald Trump is guilty of that, and you're like not doing anything now. So are you going to do anything in future?
Part of the Justice Department probes reportedly focused on an effort by Trump's team
That's what your mum sounded like after being intubated.
Claim to the Electoral College Trump had won states.
It is liberal porn. You're right, Kasona Fun.
On Tuesday, the New York Times.
Can I get a shout out for Kasona Fun as well, please, Shafiq? Go follow
sent by
Kasona
lawyers
Fun,
working on this effort. In one email, the Arizona-based lawyer Jack Wilenchek described the plan as, quote, kind of wild, creative. He wrote, quote, we would just be sending in fake electoral votes to Pence so that...
Sophros Greek says, damn, this reporter old. Not as old as your dad, who I come in. Now you can't chat in the chat.
Someone in Congress can make an objection when they start counting votes and start arguing that the fake votes should be counted.
As soon as somebody makes a comment on someone's body, if that's the first thing that they come in saying, that's a fucking ban. That's a fucking ban. Banned, plus I'm shagging your dad, plus you fell off, plus now you can't chat in the chat anymore.
Quote. In a follow-up email, he wrote, quote, alternative votes
hey,
is
how you
a
doing?
better term than fake votes. He then added a smiley face emoji to the email. In related news, the House January 6th committee has released
Rancid
an audio
vibes.
clip from testimony by former acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller. He denied Trump ever gave a formal order to have 10,000 troops ready to be deployed to the Capitol on January 6, 2021, a claim that's been made by former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and others. In the clip, Miller was questioned by Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney.
To be crystal clear, there was no direct order from President Trump to put 10,000 troops to be on the ready for January 6th, correct?
No. That's correct. There was no order from the president.
There was no direct, and then he stopped himself. There was no order. So there's every chance that Donald Trump could have literally been on standby to order, like, not just like a chud coup, but like actual coup. Actual coup.
Tuesday, Donald Trump gave his first speech in Washington since leaving office. He hinted he may run for president again. Oregon Governor Kate Brown has declared...
Wait, does anyone not... who thinks that he's not going to try and run for president again? Like, he is the definition of egotistical. Like, I'm so surprised when people are like, oh, he won't run for president again. Like, are you stupid?
A state of emergency in 25 counties.
That's right,
due
Vaughn.
to a scorching heat wave in the Pacific Northwest. In Portland, temperatures
Hey, Quill,
reached
what's going on?
102 degrees Fahrenheit Tuesday, breaking a new daily record, which had been set just 2 years ago.
Can I get a shout-out for Quill, please?
Forecasts show temperatures could rise above 100.
The grift keeps on grifting. Yeah, that's right.
In eastern Washington later this week.
Damn, 110 degrees Fahrenheit?
At least one person has died in massive flooding after more than 9 inches of rain fell in the St. Louis region.
Fucking hell.
The storm broke a century-old record and came after a period when the region was
The
experiencing...
speech was awful. He said drug dealers need to get the death penalty and homeless should be sent to camps. Yeah, isn't that what like left flank vets were watching last night before they raided? Like Marcus was watching that last night because I remember people were saying that after the raid they were saying that like he was trying to be more fascist now. Because I remember saying like, oh, is that because he's realized that DeSantis is just like openly fascist? It was terrifying. Oh boy, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, DeSantis in general is I think a bit more terrifying than Trump. Like Jesus Christ, Trump's being a try-hard fash. Trump's being a try-hard fash now. You know, because he wants to beat DeSantis, and that's all it is. It's just an ego competition. Like it isn't actually like. Whether he wants these fascist things to happen or not, probably, I don't fucking know. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, madness. It's just super fucked up. Now it's the competition of who is more white supremacist and who is more authoritarian than the other. Yeah, nuts. I was surprised seeing a Democracy Now! Clip the other day with Goodman in 1998. I thought Democracy Now! Had only been going for 10 years at most. Yeah, it's been going for a long, long time. Long time. There's a famous clip of Norman Finkelstein going ham on that one fella. Andy... Oh, God. He was, like, done for being a pedo a while ago. He was on, like, Epstein's flight logs or something. What was his name? Fucking hell. He wrote a book on Israel. He's like a key sort of like pro-Israel guy. And like Democracy Now! Had him and Norman Finkelstein on in like... Oh, the name's on the tip of my tongue. The name's on the tip of my tongue. They had him on in like fucking 1997 or something. Dershowitz, that's the fucking guy. That's the fucking... Thank you, Trunks. Yeah. Yeah. Dershowitz. Not Andy. Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz. Yeah. Like, they had Norman Finkelstein on debating Alan Dershowitz, and it's like a classic clip where he, like, absolutely destroys Dershowitz and, like, calls out his book, not just for being, like, plagiarist, but also for, like, getting the facts wrong about Israel in general. So, yeah, it was pretty interesting to watch. Like, that's an old Democracy Now! Clip, yeah.
Experiencing an extended drought. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, at least 15 people have died after a series of protests targeting UN troops who have been stationed in Congo since 1999. On Monday, protesters in the city of Goma stormed the headquarters of the UN peacekeeping force known as MONUSCO. Some UN personnel had to be airlifted to safety. In a separate incident, one UN peacekeeper from Morocco and 2 UN police officers from India were killed in the city of Butembo. Protesters have accused the United Nations of failing to protect civilians from attacks by various armed groups in the region.
Yeah, maybe you should actually like do something for these people rather than just like saying that you're doing it or using their country as a launching ground or a military base against other states in the imperial periphery. Holy fucking shit.
They are tear gassing us because we came to say that MONUSCO does not help us.
Hey, Mamero, what's going on?
We've been in Congo for 22 years and nothing works. We came to demand our rights, but they shoot us with tear gas.
Russia's announced...
Hell yeah, let's go the Congo.
Space station after 2024 and build its own orbital station. The United States and Russia have been the core stakeholders in the project, which has long been a symbol of cooperation between Washington, D.C. and Moscow after the Cold War. U.S. basketball superstar Brittany Griner's testifying today in a Russian courtroom as her trial continues. She's been jailed since February when she was arrested at the Moscow airport for possession of cannabis oil in her luggage. On Tuesday, Griner's legal team argued she had the cannabis oil for legitimate medical uses. A Russian narcologist was questioned by Griner's attorney, Maria Blagvolina.
Like, I'm not being funny, chat, right? But if she was white, this would be all over the mainstream news. This is just another example of black people being second-class citizens in America. Like, that's all it is. You know what I mean? Like they hate Russia. Like, they fucking... The US despises Russia. Like, they fucking despise them. Anything like this would be like, oh, you know, we need to get, you know... We need to get our citizen out of this Russian jail, like, and people, there would be, like, fucking telethons and, like, shit like that. But no, because it's a black woman, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. There's probably an element of, like, maybe Joe Biden not talking about it, because if he talks about this, he has to talk about how the fact that, like, someone getting detained for having weed on them is, like, extremely stupid. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Hey, Exile. Sorry, did I say hi? I don't know. Hello, anyway. How's it going? If she was white, I doubt that it bothered her in the first place. Right, exactly. Oh, and she's queer? I didn't know that she was queer. Yeah, they'd be drumming shit up, talking about a direct war to get him out. I agree, Mamero. Yeah, I agree. I don't think the right wing hates Russia all that much. Yeah, but, like, you know. It's the Democrats are in charge right now. Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Based on what you
I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
Understand you correctly that a professional athlete suffering from chronic pain could have been prescribed medical cannabis in the U.S. For example, in the U.S. as a therapy?
I cannot testify for a doctor working in the United States because they have their own standards of diagnostics and treatment, but these types of treatments are prescribed. This is a fact.
The family of slain Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh is calling on the United States to launch an independent investigation into her killing. On Tuesday, 3 members of her family met with Secretary of State Tony Blinken at the State Department. The Al Jazeera correspondent was shot dead in the occupied West Bank while covering an Israeli military raid in the Jenin refugee camp. The United Nations, as well as numerous news organizations, have concluded she was shot by an Israeli soldier. Earlier this month, the U.S. said the bullet that killed her likely came from Israeli military gunfire.
Yo, you're not going to show it, are you? You're not going to show it.
Had reached a definitive conclusion in her killing. The U.S. said her death was, quote, the result of tragic circumstances, unquote. Abu Akleh's family criticized the Biden administration's statement, saying, quote, for far too long, the United States has enabled Israel to kill with impunity by providing weapons, immunity, and diplomatic cover. Impunity leads to repetition. We're here to do our part to ensure that this cycle ends.
Break the cycle. Break the fucking cycle.
The director of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, Michael Carvajal, came under intense criticism during a Senate subcommittee hearing Tuesday examining the horrific conditions inside the federal penitentiary in Atlanta, Georgia, where at least 13 people have died by suicide since 2012.
Abolish all prisons, chat.
Georgia Senator John Ossoff, who chairs the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation, said the conditions inside the prison were, quote, abusive and inhumane.
Inmates hanging themselves in federal prisons, addicted to and high on drugs that flow into the facilities virtually openly. And as they hang and suffocate in the custody of the U.S. government, there's no urgent response.
Yeah, because they don't care about fucking... They don't care about prisoners.
Year after year after year.
A former administrator at the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, Terry Whitehead, also testified at Tuesday's Senate subcommittee hearing on conditions at the prison.
I was shocked and appalled by the USP Atlanta big picture. On a daily basis, there were numerous policy violations which put the staff, inmates, and the local community in danger. For example...
Here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing with prisons. As a concept, right? Think about it. The way that prisons are, right? Oh, Bad Apple Tom. Bad Apple Tom is not a comrade. Right, okay. I thought he was coming in being like, it's Joe Biden's fault. Hilarious that you think that we like Joe Biden here, actually. Extremely funny. Extremely funny that you think that we're fans of Joe Biden. Let's go, Brandon. All that noise. But you're a piece of shit, and I'm shagging your dad. Your dad's cummy ass, plus ratio, plus you fell off, plus anime profile pic, etc. How does in the first half? Not gonna lie. Anyway, where was I? Here's the thing with prisons as a concept, right? Here's the thing about prisons as a concept. So the way that we understand prisons in the common paradigm of capitalism, neoliberalism, is it's a place where the bad people go, and we don't need to think about it. We just put them there. That's where the bad people go, and the screws look after them, right? That's what it is. And so it's like when people are surprised that there are terrible conditions within these places that we don't think about and that no one cares about, it's a bit annoying, really, isn't it? You know, yeah, out of sight, out of mind. That's exactly what the you know, the way that people think about prisons is. It's like, yeah, just get rid of the bad people. We don't have to think about it, right? So I get kind of mad. I get kind of annoyed when you hear like people who, especially when people claim to be left wing and they're like, oh, I can't believe there are these terrible conditions in prisons. I can't believe that these prisoners are committing suicide. You know, shit like that. It's like, this is what prisons are. Like, this is what you are fine with on a daily basis. Like, you're fine with just like putting people in prison, exploiting their labor for nothing, and not treating them as actual citizens, not allowing them to vote, you know, shit like that. It's absurd. It's absurd. Yeah. Capitalist venue of criminalization of minorities. Exactly, yeah. Literally. Couldn't have said it better myself, JMM. 100%. It's fucked. Hey, Mr. Fishy, what's going on? They don't work for the assistance. They don't work for rehabilitation. They don't, even people who are abolitionists shouldn't be into prisons. Yeah. Even people who aren't abolitionists shouldn't be into prisons. Yeah, I agree. They don't work. They don't stop people from committing crimes. Because, surprise, surprise, the material conditions that make people commit crimes just happen under capitalism all the time. All the time. You know? I speak to current prisoners quite a bit. It's fucking grim in there. Well, good on you for doing that. If you haven't watched my most recent video, that's what the main call to action is. Get involved with the Bent Bars Project. You can speak to queer prisoners who need, you know, a lot of support behind bars that they just don't get. So yeah, think about becoming a pen pal to a prisoner today. It's a really easy thing. It's a really bit of activism that you could do from your gaff. You know, when people sit there and they say to me like, oh, I don't know what kind of activism I could do because, like, you know, I can't go outside. I'm agoraphobic and, like, you know, I'm just, like, extremely online and stuff. It's like, yeah, do Bent Bars. It's, yeah, super easy. You just have to type. You just literally have to type. If people get out of prison, they're marked as a criminal until death, even if they turn their lives around. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's like getting branded. It's like getting branded, like the in Berserk. Yeah.
There were so many rats inside the facility, dining hall, and food preparation areas that staff intentionally left doors open so the many stray cats that hung around the prison. Yeah, they use
incarcerated people for firefighters.
A good idea to leave prison doors open.
Someone got out of prison after 10 years and was given $200.
News: 28 women who were held in a county jail in Indiana have filed lawsuits over what's being described as a night of terror. The women say they were raped, groped, and assaulted by male prisoners inside the Clark County Jail after a jail official gave 2 male prisoners keys to the women's area in exchange for $1,000.
What?
The lawsuit also claims jail officials allowed the attack to go on for hours, even though it could be seen on surveillance video. 20 women filed a lawsuit in June. 8 more filed a lawsuit this week.
What the fuck?
And the Senate has voted to advance a bill to...
And this is the thing. This is why cops don't work. By the way, prison guards, that comes under ACAB. That comes under ACAB. Screws, prison governors, all that shit. You know? All comes under ACAB. Every single one. If you have the power to detain, if you control which doors get unlocked and which doors get locked, you're a bastard. You're a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Fucking hell.
To provide as much as $76 billion in corporate subsidies to companies making semiconductor chips in the United States. Senator Bernie Sanders said he supported expanding domestic microchip
That's right, Prince.
production,
Yeah, they see themselves as brothers to cops.
The industry.
Should American taxpayers provide the microchip industry with a blank check of over $76 billion at the same exact time when semiconductor companies are making tens of billions of dollars in profits and paying their CEOs exorbitant compensation packages?
It is corporate capitalism.
And those are some of the headlines.
Yeah,
this is
Democracy
Now, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host.
Everybody say thank you, Amy. Everybody say thank you, Amy. Well, there you go. That was the news. That was the news for today. Get this, the guard who did it is already facing charges for something unrelated. I am not surprised. I am simply not surprised. It was a quick one. I'm trying not to pause. I'm trying not to be a pausing Andy with the news. Also, hey, Goblin Hugger, how you doing? Yeah, fucking nuts. That was some nuts news. Like, you know, when you hear like the Trump stuff and the January 6th committee and shit like that, it's just like, you know, like nothing's gonna happen, like nothing's gonna come of it and stuff. But then like hearing about the other stuff, like the stuff about the Democratic Republic of the Congo, that was dope, right? That was cool. It's like, yeah, that's some good news. And then the stuff about prisons, obviously, like, oh Jesus, you know, not ideal. Not ideal. So listen, we're now going to check out Andrew Callahan's new video. When did this come out? This actually came out last month, which is interesting. This flew under my radar. Oh, I'll tell you what. We'll stick with the news segment, and we'll just cover this very quickly. Yeah. So this is the news that Keir Starmer has sacked the shadow transport minister. So for the Yanks and the people outside of the UK, you know, other Europeans, people in the periphery, people in like Australia, New Zealand, shit like that. The shadow transport minister is like the person of the opposition who would take on the job of transport minister if elected, basically, right? Do you know what I mean? So, like, there's a transport minister that's in charge, and then there's a shadow transport minister who's in the opposition party, basically. But yeah, exactly like Mr. Fishy says in the chat, labor against labor. Literally labor against labor. You know, the party that was named for being pro-labor, supporting workers, and he's just sacked the transport minister who's backed the strikes. The transport minister's name is Sam Tarry, and it's nice to see someone who's literally like, you know, in Keir Starmer's Labour, who is literally like supporting unions. Like, that's a nice thing. But of course he's gonna get sacked. Of course it's too good to be true. You know? So, that's that. Let's take a look at this video.
I'm here as the Shadow Transport Minister, backing transport workers who are on strike, backing the travelling public who deserve a cost-effective and, you know, cheap and affordable rail system.
Yeah, they should change the name to the corporate party.
Climate change, tackle the kind of issues facing our country, and here in London, car congestion. If we don't have proper, affordable public transport,
thanks,
you can't deliver that if you get rid of the workers that are on the railways.
As a party that grew out of the union, should Keir Starmer be here?
I think any Labour MP or Labour Party member, the 500,000 of us across this country, will have absolute solidarity with striking workers, whether they be doctors, whether they be teachers, whether they be people in the postal sector.
Oh, bro.
People in this country are fed up.
This guy's drank the Kool-Aid. He's in denial. He's genuinely in denial. You know what I mean? All the Daily Mail Labour bashing over this stuff basically died down as well. He could have just let this guy stick around and not faced any consequences. Yep, absolutely. It's worth noting that the Rail Union is not affiliated with the Labour Party and hasn't been for a long time. Yep, that's right. But what he's saying about like the current Labour Party, he's drank the Kool-Aid. Like this isn't real. Like the Labour Party MPs in the party at the minute that survived the purge, you know, post Jeremy Corbyn's Labour, probably would not support the strikes, probably would not support working class people in their struggle against the Tories. Like, dude, you have been part of the party that has decided to like do nothing about the fact that Keir Starmer is a Tory. Like, you are part of it. You're part of the problem, bro. Like, you know, not anymore. You've been sacked, but you know, I just don't know why all these fucking actual left-wing Labour Party members, like not Labour Party members, Labour MPs, don't just like say, no, sorry, we're not fucking doing this anymore. They're all cowards. They're all fucking cowards. A lot of unions have been moving away from Labour over the last few years. That's right, Comfero. Also, hi, how's it going? Yeah, they're basically the Dems. They're basically the Democrats at this point, yeah. He's not had a sense of fairness and empathy crushed yet. Yeah, that's what it is.
Up with is 10 years of austerity followed by out of control inflation and people's lives just really being so difficult now they can't afford to make ends meet.
So just to be clear, you think that the leader of the Labour Party should be standing shoulder to shoulder this morning with Mick Lynch, because you're saying that every member of the Labour Party,
this is about ordinary
workers. Is it not about the message of the Labour Party to people in the public sector who don't think they're earning enough and want to have more?
These RMT and TSA members would not be on strike today because we would have been round the time.
Oh, that's not true, bro. That's not true, though, is it? You know. God damn it. Like, how out of touch are you, mate? Like, how out of touch are you? This guy strikes me as a bit of a piece of shit. He was talking over the... I know that reporters like to be like, you know, you know, go on and on and on and on and on, but like, you know, he's talking over a woman, not letting her finish her sentences and shit like that. I don't know. It strikes me as a bit of a dickhead. Anyway.
Table would have sorted this out. A fair pay deal would have been put in place.
Well, there you go. 100 years out of touch. That's right. So we got a little bit of hopium from our lovely Shafiq. This is the first day of the second wave of rail, maritime, and transport union strikes. This is the view in Glasgow, I believe. It's Glasgow, isn't it? I know someone who was at this protest today. She said that Big Mick Lynch was there. And it was very, very cool and very, very poggers. So let's have a little look. Let's go. It's worth it for the DMCA, chat. It's worth it for the DMCA. Let's fucking go. Right, well. There you go. Neoliberalism has captured every political party of consequence, hence electoralism ain't the answer. That's exactly right. Yep. Yes, that's right. Cynthia was talking about that in the Discord today. Lufthansa workers are striking as well, which is very, very good. That's going to be really good for the planet for like a little bit, as long as they can carry on that strike, stopping planes from flying. Although it has to be said that it is private jets that make more emissions than, you know, economy travel jets. Yeah, who says strikes can't be fun? Well, this is the thing. This is why you need a variety of different kinds of people when it comes to direct action. You need people who bring the tunes. You need DJs, you know what I mean? You need people to bring up the morale, bring up the fucking, you know. It's one of them, innit? Fingers crossed we can roll the neo-lib co-leader of the Greens this week. Is that what's happening over in New Zealand? Middle-earth Marxists? Some leftists are basically still stuck in the mind prison of electoralism. So even if Starmer takes the party away from the real labor movement, they'll stick with him because they can't imagine another option. This is the issue, Exile. You're right. There's a theory about drummers during strikes. Yeah. Like drummers are like extremely important aspects to strikes. Any kind of entertainment. You know, strikes are like a long day thing, a day-long thing. You make it feel like a festival, then it's going to be a lot less intense. Meanwhile, our glorious leaders are talking about making it illegal to withdraw your labor. They are, yeah. I was going to say I could picture you blasting the tunes for a strike. I'd love that, you know. Ask those leftists revolution or reform. They can't possibly hold their reform position forever. Well, it's not as simple as that, is it? Because a lot of them still think that reform is, like, possible. It's like a possible good idea. They don't understand. Do you know what I mean? They've not been fully commie-pilled. Like, that's the problem. That's the problem. It's hard. It's hard. You gotta choose your battles amongst other leftists as well, you know? Hey, weird beards. Yeah. The leaders want wage slavery. Yeah, absolutely. Of course they do. It's the fucking Tories. My friend calls the tunes/bard person at a strike the Jack in the Box, as they are the little clown that pops out after you wind up the workers. That's funny as fuck. James Shaw's under the knife, but all the best candidates are sitting on party unity despite him being a piece of shit who touts his complete failure as climate minister as world-beating success. Classic New Zealand spin and lies. God fucking damn it. I'm sorry to hear that, Middle-earth Marxist. Well, here's hoping that he gets rolled. You know? Hey, Smutty Babby Yaga, how you doing? We're making it through the week. Everyone here is making it through the week. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with everyone. I'm happy. I'm happy to say that I'm the same. Right, listen. We're going on to the next bit. So, again, a bit of clickbait. I don't think Andrew Callaghan is going anti-SJW, but it's just like a little bit shaking. It shakes you a little bit when you see a fucked up, you know, thumbnail like the one I'm going to send you. Do you know what I mean? And it's like a bit sort of like, what's going on here? Why is he doing this? Capitalism cannot exist without exploitation. It's doomed to self-destruct. Reformists can fight all they want, but it won't change the reality that revolution is inevitable. Yeah, but like, try and explain that to a lib, you know? Try and explain that to a lib. So content warning for abortion discussion and misogyny, because that's what this is about. Andrew Callaghan and Channel 5 News went to a pro-choice rally. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Exile, right? Now, I'm going to leave this up to the chat to decide for themselves. But like, you know, it just... So this is what I'm talking about. I'm just going to bring it up because it's just like, you know. Obviously it's not my, I don't know, it's not my place to make any comments about how anyone looks, and you know that I don't make comments about that because I don't believe in nonsense like passing, and I don't believe in shit like that, right? But like, for someone to make like, sort of, I guess like, get the implied, because to me this looks like transphobia. To me it looks like transphobia, right? But like, get that out of your head, right? Get that out of your head. And let's like just say, okay, he just decided to choose like a person that looks like a leftist. Do you know what I mean? Like he got like a person that looks like a leftist. And it's like the pro-choice rally. The pro-choice rally. And I'm just kind of like, what was he getting at with this? Do you know what I mean? Big squint. Like, what was he getting at with this thumbnail? Like, is he trying to drag, like, right-wingers in to, like, think they're having a piss take? I don't know. Just seems a really bit weird. But we're going to watch the video anyway and see what the spin is. You know, it looks like this could be like a quartering thumbnail. Anyway, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know whether Andrew Callahan was meaning to be... Do you think it's thoughtless clickbait? Yeah, I think it's thoughtless clickbait, honestly, to be honest. Having watched the video, well, let's watch the video and let's decide for ourselves, shall we?
Patriarchy is your body, your choice, ending up...
Because here's the thing, right? He starts off the video with this. He starts the video off with this, and it's always in the editing with Andrew Callahan's stuff. And he starts off with this person saying, fuck the patriarchy, which is like a, you know, a big sort of like, you know, any right-winger who watches this is going to be like, oh, fucking SJWs, can you believe it? Look at these feminazis.
Your body, your choice, ending abortion will never end abortion. It will only end safe legal access to it. And I think if you ask any of the Republicans who are so loudly shouting pro-life, if they've ever forced a mistress to have an abortion, and I think it will be shockingly alarming how many they do. We are here to advocate for all uterus havers. There are many, many accesses for you to make sure that you are still capable to receive safe and legal abortion.
Tonight, history is unfolding.
His Uhuru video was already fucked up. I think he's an edgelord centrist. It does strike me like that. B-Rat. I heard about the Uhuru thing where, like, he was taking the piss out of... What's the Uhuru thing again? Like, I think Kara covered it, right? Like, Kara covered it in terms of, like, he was saying that they were, like, a scam and they were, like, taking money off people, but they actually do, like, really good work and shit like that.
Across the United States.
The highest court in the land reversed course on 50 years of federal constitutional rights to an abortion, sending the issue to the states.
Hundreds, if not 1,000 protesters filled 2nd Avenue in downtown Seattle.
I actually was raised Catholic. I went to a Catholic school. My whole family is Christian now, but also...
This is the thing, yeah, I know. He's done some really good reporting on riots. Like, he covered, like, Black Lives Matters... the Black Lives Matter uprising, the George Dawes thing. George Dawes, the George Floyd thing. You know? Kerry debunked it live on stream once. They had several projects in the works, one of which was that basketball court in the video. Right, yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck?
So my Christian family is pro-choice. I don't think you can bash the entire religion based off of it. There are a lot of pro-choice Christians out there that understand that while they may not personally feel a certain way, they can't tell other people how they can and can't feel. The thing is, if you're going to be debating with a Christian stance, that has to be separate from the government. You can't enforce...
Okay, yeah, extremely based, by the way. If you're raised Catholic and you're still Catholic, you weren't paying attention? I mean, no, like, you can't say that because there are, like, some extremely based Catholics. There are some extremely based, like, this is, I think that we get, like, tied up a little bit in this as leftists. That, like, anyone who is religious is bad. And that comes from, like, you know... Like, I know what you're saying. Like, when people are raised Catholic, they're taught to, like, be ashamed of themselves and, like, you know, not, like... do all the normal things that other normal people do and stuff like that. But, like, not everybody's Catholic raising is the same. You know what I mean? I know exactly what you mean. Like, you know, the Catholic Church is horrific. They've, like, destroyed a lot of indigenous people's lives. They've destroyed, you know, killed and raped a lot of indigenous children. Like, you know, it's horrific, the things that the Catholic Church has done. But, like, you know, there is an argument to be made for, you know, accepting religious leftists, because there are religious leftists out there. You know what I mean? Like, one of my good streamer friends, Bubble Guts, is religious. She's a Christian and she loves what I do. She might not, like, understand it all, but she loves what I do, and she's like, she supports me and shit. Do you know what I mean? And she knows what's right, and she supports people who are pro-choice, and she supports people who are queer and trans and you know, shit like that. You know, so we have to, like, get this out of our head that, like, atheism is the big brain, correct opinion. Kind to people, brutal to system. Exactly. Catholics aren't evil, Catholicism is. Right, exactly, yeah. I agree. We also need to understand that things apply to white Christianity don't apply to all religions. Yeah, that too, yeah. That too.
Or impose any sort of religious beliefs. It has to be separate from the state. I mean, that's how the Constitution was formed. Everybody can argue what they want, but that's the bottom line. You have 80% of the population on this side. That's a lot of opportunity for change and hope for the future. Unfortunately, it's just in the wrong hands right now. These justices were appointed so long ago and will stay in power until they die. They were appointed at a different time and a different era.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I'm saying, Cynthia. Like, we have Muslims in this community. We have Christians in this community, you know? You know, we have Jewish people in this community. It's like there are, you know, the way that ideology works is not like it's not a binary sort of like very solid thing. And this is a lot of the thinking that we need to get rid of. We need to like abandon that kind of thinking that like X is X and Y is Y and never the twain shall meet. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, it's always this if it's this, and it's always this if it's this. Like, I know that it's very easy to think about things that way because we do search for things to be easy in the way that we like try and think about things. But it's important to understand that like everything is fluid and nothing is certain, you know? I guess that's just my advice. Like, it's a very sort of like white colonial settler mindset that there are just like dichotomies for everything. There's good, there's evil, there's man, there's woman, there's gay and straight. It's like, no, everything is fluid and mixed up and like, you know, it you know, superfluous, I think the word is, you know?
Where different things were considered acceptable, where they no
Christian
longer are
and
now,
not
and it's no longer
religious
the
or
voice
not,
of
you know,
the people either.
History does repeat itself, and it's just unfortunate that we're all here yet again.
What are your thoughts on the Supreme Court?
They can go fuck themselves.
We just talked to some Christians across the street, and they think that the moment conception occurs, a life form has germinated. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that you can believe whatever you believe, but the second it infringes on my body, I don't give a fuck. But if you read other religions and stuff, like in Jewish law, it is required to abort a baby or a fetus if it jeopardizes the life of the mother. So you need to understand that Christianity isn't the end-all, say-all. There are a multitude of different religions, and we need to respect them all.
Many people have had bad experiences with religion and the way it's used as an excuse for people to do harm, which is fine, by the way. Extremely fair. I just put the church in the cot basket, which is also fine. Like, that's the church, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? That's the church. It's not like the person. That's, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, I've already explained myself. You know what I mean? Also, why is Andrew not fucking masked up? Because he's a centrist. Also, I do believe being outside, you've got like a lot less chance of getting COVID. I tend to not wear my mask if I'm like outside and I'm not like in a very, very crowded place. But definitely wear my mask inside, you know? I don't know. Again, try not to essentialize what happens in one religion to all religions. Right, exactly, yeah. Wait, he's an anti-vaxxer? No, shut up. No way. He's literally interviewing people as his job. Yeah, he kind of should be. Yeah, he's going to be in people's faces all day. I agree. I've gone in and outside of Islam many times now. I call myself a mild Muslim. Yeah, for sure. Like this, and this is the thing. Like, you know, listen, like, you know, if you interpret Islam in the way that you want to interpret it, then you can call yourself a Muslim. It doesn't matter if like all the imams like don't agree that you're a Muslim or not. And actually, I'm certain that some imams would agree that you're a Muslim. You know? It's like you have to literally be like, okay, where do I stand? Like, this is like a thing that I hear Muslims talk about. Like, your relationship with Allah is like your relationship in it. And like, I've heard a lot of Christians say the same. Like, your relationship with God is your relationship with God. You know what I mean? and Jews and like Hindus and Buddhists and shit like that. Like it's you know, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, because when it comes to like spirituality, what matters is like your experience, and outside of that, there's not really a lot you could do because you can't convince, you know, you can't convince everybody to be the same spiritually. It just isn't gonna work. But like outside of that, whatever you do in the name of your religion, it just has to be like good for people, isn't it? It just has to be like good. You know what I mean? Like just be a nice person, you know? Yeah, I love the ideas of Islam, the people in the organizations that I don't vibe with. Right, exactly. There are lots of you know, organizations and like, you know, culture-based stuff that is like intertwined with Islam in some, you know, degrees. Yeah, absolutely, Shafiq. Yeah, this is it, you know? No, sure, I agree, Andrew, is the same as a centrist. For me, there's a difference between just showing both sides and not commenting versus taking an explicit centrist position. That's me, though. No, I agree. Like, he doesn't, like, make his politics, like, very open. I don't know. It just... I don't know. I think you're right. I think you're right. Like, maybe he's not a centrist. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Because it's like the thing with the Uhuru shit. Like I saw Kira like going through that, but like I didn't see all of it, and that was like, oh, that seemed like pretty, like he was painting them in a bad light. But actually, like they're fine. But yeah, I don't know.
I think it's infuriating that a dead body has more bodily autonomy than me. You cannot force anybody to donate anything in their body, even though it can save somebody's life. And you're forcing me to potentially jeopardize my health and my safety for something that I don't even want. That's not even considered a life, in my opinion, and the opinion of a multitude of people.
I think life begins whenever the baby is physically, like, you know, pushed out of the womb. If I was in a position to where I was pregnant, I would get an abortion. I think this is extremely unfair and just...
No, he's not. Yeah, he's obviously not, like, super based, and he's probably not, like, commie-pilled. I think the best descriptor will probably be that he's, like, a lib. Like a center-left lib. I think that's probably where he stands.
Backwards. It honestly just makes me feel so many emotions. Sad, disgusted, angry, and just disappointed. Women need to protect our bodies, so fuck the Supreme Court. As the world changes and evolves, so do people, and we can't just have the same people in office their entire life. It's just gonna end up being backwards. I think that we should at least, you know, have elections for it.
Dude, it's just fucking disappointing. Like, we just have a bunch of old white men, like, trying to decide what to do with people's bodies, and, like, that's fucked up. Like,
are you surprised?
No, fuck no. Why are we surprised nowadays? Like, our legal system just doesn't seem like it works.
It should not be able to be in the Supreme Court for an unlimited amount of time, and we should be able to have more of a say in who's running our country.
Aren't all
hey,
other
Divided,
like,
how you doing?
levels like elected? So like, why wouldn't these folks be elected as well? I guess is what kind of where I'm thinking.
Some of these people are like 70, 80 years old. Boomer mentality. It's time for a change.
Yeah, perhaps even beyond boomer.
Perhaps even beyond boomer.
I'm not sure what it's called to be 10 years above boomer. I think it might be called the greatest generation.
Fuck these
silent
old men.
generation.
Who's your least favorite old man?
Clarence Thomas.
Yeah, he is like left wing for sure. I think that like, so like the thumbnail choice was really weird. It looked like an anti-SJW video thumbnail, and I just like don't know why he chose that. But anyway,
Brett Kavanaugh. Fuck him.
the Beyond Boomer. It's plant-based.
It's my old friend Mads.
That's why you should go follow Andy. That's why you should go follow I'm a Coconut. He's much better at making jokes than me.
I'm gonna put a picture on the screen here of me and Mads 10 years ago in the studio.
So a dirtbag he left? Well, I wouldn't even call him a dirtbag leftist because I've never heard him use a slur. You know?
Mads doesn't really rap anymore. He plays guitar, but he fucking rips it.
Cause I got the coronavirus blues.
Mads, what do you think about what's going on right now?
It's horrendous. It's like super sad. Feel terrible for my mom and all the women, and it's pretty scary what's happening to this country. And yeah, women should have complete control over their own bodies. The government should stay.
This channel is called Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan, and I will, like, you know, drop the fucking video in the chat. Like, go subscribe to him. Like I said, like, he's not a problematic person from any sort of like view. Apart from the video he did on Uhuru, which, like, you know, maybe someone could pull him up on, and if someone pulled him up on it, I don't know, maybe he'd be like, oh shit, I was wrong about that. Who fucking knows? He's not exactly like a person that you can just like talk to, you know? He's a big content creator, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? It's one of them. But like, from all sort of like avenues, you know, he goes to Trump rallies and like makes it quite obvious that the people at the Trump rallies are obviously like absurd. You know what I mean? Hey, Papercut, we're watching an Andrew Callahan video where he's gone to a pro-choice rally.
Get the fuck away.
Yeah. What do you think about the idea that immediately upon conception, an autonomous life exists inside of the womb?
I think it's ridiculous. It's like, to me, it's the same as like saying maybe my semen or a sperm or an egg is like a life. It is eventually, but not immediately.
What do you think about the Supreme Court? Like,
yeah, I think that they don't.
There was a screenshot from the project's page that they included in the video. They knew they were editing it to look like Uhuru weren't funding anything other than the basketball court. Oh, that is fucked up. That is extremely fucked up. Damn.
Work to serve the common people. The majority of Americans are actually for women's rights over their own bodies. It's representing political interest of the rich and powerful. We need to abolish the Supreme Court.
In another recent video, went back to the site of the basketball court and made a point of the fact that there was an under construction sign there, but no court yet.
Destroy them. Destroy the institution. Destroy capitalism. This entire U.S. government is built on genocide and slavery and lies. They don't care about immigrants or helping poor people or orphans, so it's just a really convenient way to look like they care about people when they don't give a fuck about other people.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Anything else you want to say, my guy?
Actually, I am a rapper still.
Still rap?
I still rap, yeah.
No fucking way.
See you later, Smokey Baby.
Yo, I believe that we gotta give the choice back to the women, cause you know they got a voice strapped. That's how we gotta be, armed, ready to fight the government and the capitalists. We could do it in one night, make a new system that overthrows, make a revolution, let the people all know, no foes. You know I do this for my bros, we do this for everybody from coast to coast. So put your fist up, I'm one of the illest to kill it, representing all.
Papercut says, destroy capitalism? This guy's high. Not as high as your dad was when I bummed him. My cum all inside his ass. Cummy, creamy, daddy's asshole, just like sucking it out of his asshole, spitting it back on him. Your dad, my cum, plus your band, plus L, plus ratio, plus you fell off. Now you can't chat in the chat anymore.
The children unborn, I represent for them, cause women, they're the ones who decide. Yeah, peace and love.
Destroy capitalism? This guy's high. Fucking like, bro, are you like 9? Were you like 9?
Everybody, let's ride.
Damn, Maz, you still rap, my guy. I thought you retired the hip-hop career.
No, I'm getting really into it.
All right, you getting back into it?
Getting really into it.
Back in the day.
Did you see the guy go past on the skateboard? He was blown away. He was blown away. You getting Prince Andrew rap vibes from this one? No, don't be absurd. This guy's good. You think his rapping is a bit cringe? No, come on. Do you know what? Maybe it's because I've seen so much of the Prince Andrew rap recently that I'm like, I've not listened to much like rap or hip hop since the Prince Andrew rap. So my like, you know, my expectations are low. But like, watch the guy on the skateboard. This is funny as fuck.
Let's ride.
Damn, Maz, you still rap, my guy. I thought you retired the hip-hop career. All right, you getting back into it?
Getting really into it.
Back in the day, me and Mads had a song called Crucial Polarity. I'm going to play it over this song because I believe nobody owns the rights to it. Crucial Polarity, bring in the clarity.
Solidarity.
Change coming through Seattle solidarity. My name is Mads, yeah, you probably heard of me. I wrote a song and my destiny occurred to me.
That's insane, you remember that.
I remember every one of your bars, man. So what brought you guys out here today specifically?
So we actually are invited to a church group in Kent area. We're going there to preach there tomorrow, and we wanted to...
Every single one of these dudes is going to be just like the worst guy. Simply the worst guy. Can someone link the Prince Andrew rap? Oh, no. Listen, We're not watching the Prince Andrew rap again. If you want to see my reaction to it, go to the VOD channel. It's already been uploaded. It's literally like one of the first. It's one of the most recent uploads. I think the thumbnail is like which one is it? Oh, it's this one. It's the one with Lukashenko in the thumbnail. Do you lot like my thumbnails for my VOD channel, by the way? Do you like my thumbnails? Some of my thumbnails are fucking sick. Like, look at them. Look at them. Fucking so spicy. I'm so good at making thumbnails. Look at these old ass ones as well. Look at these old ass ones. I got some like memes that like people have made that I've put into thingy. What the fuck is this one though? I can't even tell what's going on in this one. It's so hard to like actually figure out what is happening there. I laughed at the FD signifier, laser eyes. Yeah, that's my favorite one so far. That's my favorite one so far. FD sig just like laser eyes on Jordan Peterson. Hell yeah. Wasn't the Seattle Solidarity Group pretty good? I seem to remember the name from when I was younger. See, yeah, this is what I'm talking about with Andrew Callahan. It's like, how can he support the the Seattle Solidarity Group and do Uhuru like that? Like, how can he do that? That's kind of annoying. That's kind of annoying. Like, it's just like, and like B-Rat says, like, he's so clearly like, painted Uhuru in a bad light. So, I don't know. It's just really depressing, to be honest. Less depressing, more just like annoying, Anyway. You think you saw a ghost yesterday? No joking.
Come experience Seattle tonight.
But you guys are at
Can't
the
put
location
people on
of
a
the Roe v.
pedestal.
Wade
That's
protest,
right.
Right across the
That's
street.
right.
How do you guys feel about what happened?
I think it's good that they, outlawed it for sure.
We're glad for anything that would save lives.
I definitely think abortion is murder for sure.
Wow. Love that.
In what way?
Well, you're ending the life of a human. Once conception takes place, the Bible teaches us that, that God says, before I knew thee, I formed thee in the womb. And at that point, life begins. Biologically, it's true that life begins there. Yeah. I think the bottom line...
You'll have to tell us the ghost story in the Discord, Andy.
This, I think, is that people are trying to find a way to get around the consequences of their actions. And if you're having sexual intercourse, you should expect to potentially have a child. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican.
Can I ask you what you think about abortion?
I mean, there's no life. There's no life yet. There's no life. Like there's a beating little thing where it's a cell growing. It's not had a life. It doesn't have a life. It doesn't know what a life is. It has no clue what a life is. You think, oh, it moves around, or it blinks its eyes, or it sucks its thumb, something like that, right? That proves that. Okay, but are you going to give more rights to that baby? That's that fetus. You're going to give more rights to that fetus than you are to women, right? And then.
Like, what is this editing? Like, what is this editing? Do you know what I mean?
And then all the children that are born that end up in the orphanages, that end up with abusive parents, that end up on the streets, that end up all sorts of problems, dropping out of school. You're going to have like millions of these kids in the next 10 to 20 years, okay? What are they going to do about that? Nothing. Nothing. They think that that's okay, but that's not okay, right? So I don't understand why they're just being so pig-headed and stupid. I think it's an agenda. It's just a coup. It's a coup. The Supreme Court's in the middle of a coup. It shouldn't have the powers it has. You can't pass laws like that without asking the other two branches of government for, do you think this is cool? It's a balance of power that's not been used forever because it's been usurped. It's a coup. It's been going on since, well, I don't know, my boyfriend knows.
Yes.
Mind talking to you guys real quick? So how do you guys feel about the whole Roe v. Wade thing being overturned?
Good. God created all humans, and I believe we should leave it up to Him and not take any rights away of the human to live.
So what would you do if you got pregnant in an unwanted situation? Like,
Even if I would feel like this is not a good situation.
Feels like the editing just tries to both sides for clickbait. That this so that tells me his values are in views, not in the message of the video. Yeah, that's what it is, right? You know what I mean? He wants those views. He wants that fucking shock value kind of thing. Ground Level News says Mormons don't dress a certain way. Some Mormon fundamentalists do, but that's a very small group and different. Yeah, I guess so, but like, why do you care? You know? Yeah, no worries, Purple Apple. Yeah. That person was telling the truth. Yeah, the editing is fucked. 100%. Yeah.
I would like to make the situation as good as possible for the child.
Right.
That it can be good in the end.
So, at what point after conception do you believe that a sperm cell becomes sentient?
Immediately.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Immediately, as soon as the sperm goes in the fucking pussy, that's it. Immediately. So like, no. Here's the thing, like, how can you say every sperm is sacred? Every sperm is sacred. Like, there are literally like. Okay, like, listen, you know, some people might clip this out of context and be like, look, the left wants to murder babies. But you could argue that, like, even babies after they are physically born are not sentient. Like, who has any memories from that when they're, like, 0 years old? You don't fucking remember what the fuck's going on. Because your brain is literally, like, this big. It's probably even smaller. It's, like, that big. It's not developed right. You know what I mean? Post-nut clarity, that's when sentience begins. Right, exactly. Like, you know, even when you ask, like, people's earliest memories, it's like, I don't know, fucking, like, maybe when I was 3, or, like, 2, I don't know. I also find it weird that we get so hung up on this where does life begin question when there are perfectly good ways to justify abortion, even if you believe life begins at conception. Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely. I've shot so many sperm down the toilet, yeah. My mattress and my duvet covers are literally just like, you know. It's like a, you know, it's like a war crime in my bedroom. I just have a friend who remembers bits of their first year of life, but it's very few and far between. And that's, like, fine. But, like, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, no one remembers what's going on in the womb. Not at all. Sentience is awareness and thinking, but sapience is memory and self-reflection. Yeah, but I'm saying, do you have a memory of being aware and thinking? Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, like, the act of remembering things means that you're sentient. They're basically people. It's basically millions of dead people in my bedroom. So much. You know. And listen, I'm trying. You know, I'm trying to get my partner pregnant. I'm trying. We try. So hard. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I know some people do want to, like, get pregnant. They have problems with it and stuff. But anyway, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, right. Right
away, I believe the human is started at conception. I believe once it's conceived, the baby has started.
For sure. But I mean, just imagine, like, something horrible happened to you. You got pregnant and, like, you knew you were pregnant as a result of a bad situation. Like, how would you feel about bringing a kid into the world knowing that you didn't want it to be there? I mean...
Well, obviously, I'm a Christian. I believe in God, and I believe that God designed it for the woman to have a baby. And in this circumstance, we're talking about a woman.
So then we must kill God. That's the only... We must rebel against God. We must destroy God. Murder God. I'm sorry, but, like... If you believe that that's how God made it, it doesn't make it right. Like, what is this idea that, like, just because there is a God and he made it like this, that's the way it should be. If that's the case, then fuck God. You know what I mean? Dr. Muel will get everyone's dad pregnant. I'll get there eventually, yeah. We'll get there eventually. You know? Yeah, they have expanded IVF in the UK now for LGBTQ people. Yeah, they have. What Muel Nietzsche said? Wait, what? Is that what Nietzsche said? Is that what Nietzsche said? I do spit in the face of God. Yeah. Come at me, God. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I don't recognize the God she's describing. Exactly.
That wasn't
If God made it that way, then why is Bussy so attractive? Checkmate God. That's a good point, Andy. That's a good point.
Ready for it or didn't want it, but I still firmly believe that we should not kill them.
What's gonna happen if God gets pregnant? That's a good question. That's a good question, 30 Bird.
If it was you.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Ah, well, you know, that's the fucking bare bones of it. That's the bare bones of it, innit? You know? He's a lib. He's doing, like, his own Zoomer version of that lib comedy that is ultimately toothless. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, they'll go, interesting. And it's like, no, dude, it's not interesting. Like, it's not even funny. It's not funny to be like, oh, do you think you're a Christian? It's not very Christian of you, is it? And this, that, and the other. And it's like, bro, who cares? They don't care. They literally don't care. If God couldn't get pregnant, then where did Jesus come from? Checkmate atheists. Extremely good point. Exile Green. Extremely good point. Yeah, pretty lib. Very much meh. Like, you know. Like I said to you, the thumbnail said it all, really. The thumbnail said it all. But anyway, right now, we are going to check out a bit more good content, a bit more interesting and good content from a YouTuber called Victory the Creator. And I know some of you know.
I thought you could guess that.
Some of you know Victory the Creator. Let's check out Victory's video on the college industrial complex. But before we do that, I'm going to remind everybody that today is the second to last day that you can donate to get us to the dono goal in order to unlock the Battle for Middle-earth 2 Gandalf the Gay cosplay stream. We've only got, what is that, 150 quid to go or something? If you are financially able to support the stream, I would ask you to consider clicking in the link in the sub off Twitch command in the chat that JMM and Shafiq have just put into the chat. Please consider subbing off Twitch. Twitch is a terrible platform. It doesn't listen to marginalized voices. It panders to white supremacists. We are trying to make a statement by taking money away from Twitch and Amazon because they refuse to listen to us. And also it means that 100% of the money that you donate to the stream will come to me. So if you want to subscribe just as much as you would by subscribing on Twitch, that is all I could ask for. And you will still be giving me more money than you would be if you subscribe via Twitch. So if it costs $5 on Twitch, instead of getting $2.50, I get $5. Fucking Bob's your uncle. Fanny's your aunt. But, if you are unable to support the stream, I understand. That's okay. Yan Shafim! Thank you so much for the £10. Holy fucking shit. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the stream, Yan Shafim. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Really appreciate that. Thanks for the reminder. I'm always trying to remind people, but what I would say as well is that, like, I don't want people to feel bad if they cannot support the stream at the minute. Joe, thank you so much for the £5. You absolute legend. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you for the donos, gang. Thank you. Oh my god, an anonymous.
Twitch the better.
Twitch the better. Anonymous, thank you so much for the £5 as well. Already we've had 20 quid. That's fucking awesome, chat. If we can get like another, what would it be? If it's 150 quid, what's half of 150 quid? Like 75 quid? If we can get like another 50 quid tonight, which would be like, you know, what is that? Like £10 from 5 people or £5 from 20 people? Wait, what is that? £5? Wait. £5 from 10 people. I can't even think. I can't do maths. Jesus Christ. But yes, as Shafiq says, if you want a money-free way to support the stream, you can.
Choo choo.
Hell to pay. Thank you so much for the £10. We are on a huge dono train right now, chat. Thank you so much, Hell to pay, for the £10. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. That's like 30 quid. So if we get like another, hang on, 75, take away 30, that's like 45. So 45. So if like another 10 people donate like £4 or £5, we'll fucking get there. We'll get there tonight, and then we can try and raise the next £75 tomorrow night. We can do it, I believe it. But, as Shafiq is rightly pointing out, if you can't support financially, don't worry about it. All you've got to do is retweet the Go Live tweet. That would be very, very PogChamp. That would be very, very, very cool. And you don't even have to have any followers for it to make a difference, because Twitter just loves that fucking algorithm shit. What's that? You're engaging on a tweet? They're going to push it up there. They're going to push it right up there. You know? And I got 6,000 followers. So, you know. Anyway. And I do also want to make sure, because I think that this is the thing that is happening right now, because I know a lot of people are struggling money-wise. If you're feeling like ashamed because you used to donate and like you can't donate now, please don't. I would rather you just like be here in the stream and like hang out amongst the chat and shit like that. 30 Bird, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. I appreciate you. What an awesome hype train. We've got our own version of a hype train going. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. But as I was saying, I would much prefer you to be here, you know, and count amongst like, you know, the view count in the stream and stuff like that, then feel bad because you can't donate. So feel like you can't show your face here and shit. Like, I don't want anyone to feel like that I'm going to be mad because they're here and they used to donate and they can't. Just so everybody's aware. Anyway, listen. It's time for us to watch our leftist video essay of the day. I don't really know what this is gonna be about, but I imagine there's gonna be like a bit of discussion of poverty in this. So just a content warning for that, I guess, for the time being. And let's jump right in. Let's jump right in to Victory the Creator's video. Again, please, 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 everybody, support our leftist video essayist friends. Here's a link to the video in the chat. Give Victory a sub. Give Victory a comment, a like. Support our friends. And yeah, let's check it out. All right. How do we get the CC on? There we go. Brilliant. All right. Let's have a little watch.
Messed up? Oh, really? How funny that you tell me this when I'm already out of money. Why didn't you say so, silly? No Doja, no cat, because apparently now broke bears don't deserve no kitty. I know that's right. Right?
The college industrial complex is a city girl. How and why colleges exploit. Let's go. Big tunes already.
My name is Victory. I am a first-generation Nigerian American college student. Throughout high school, I have participated in 12 extracurriculars, including, but not limited to, Embrace Multicultural, Math Tutoring, Union, and other various internships and scholarly programs while maintaining a 3.5 GPA. I tell you these things not to try and boast, but to tell you that having the opportunity to receive education for free should not be this difficult. I also tell you this to highlight an exception to the bastion of inequality that is the college industrial complex, one that feeds into the myth of exceptionalism, tricking those who are unaware into believing that we live in an actual meritocracy where your hard work is rewarded with societal markers of success. To aid me with the dissection of this topic, I've employed the experiences of some of my friends and your faves. But first of all, let's define our terms. What? The college industrial complex, a system in which higher learning institutions center capital, elitist values, and/or the ability to uphold the status quo over the education of their students. Who? Literal children. Literal children, aka unsuspecting high school graduates and GED recipients. How? It centers capital by forcing higher learning institutions to utilize unsavory tactics such as the misinforming of prospective students in order to stay in business and make profit. It centers elitist values because of a few reasons. 1. The elite hold most of the money in America, and those funding dollars are important when it comes to making sure colleges and universities stay open. These elite dollars are especially important for nonprofit learning institutions that rely on those donor dollars to function. 2. Because graduating from college is associated with upward socioeconomic mobility, the exceptionalist middle class reinforces these certain elitist values to differentiate themselves from those who did not receive a higher education.
Like, this is the one thing that you could say to a lib that they would be able to agree with, especially if they're working class, right? Especially if they're working class. If you say to a lib, listen, there is no such thing as a meritocracy in our system, 90% of them will agree. Because if they're working class and they've been to uni, how could they disagree? They've been to university, they were promised a high-paying job to be able to pay off the debts, and they've not got it because the meritocracy is false. Because capitalism can't exist in a meritocracy. Because why should everyone be able to do exactly what they want in the field that they choose? Then nothing would get done. No labor. There'd be no labor to exploit.
After all, if there was no difference between people that did go to college and did not go to college, then how would the image of meritocracy be upheld? If it was clear to everyone from the beginning that upward socioeconomic mobility was not ensured, and that was the majority of the population's understanding, why would so many people be trying to utilize higher learning as a way to lift themselves up out of poverty? For the perception of others?
Hey,
Because
Mr.
for
Dank.
many, including me, that's not a good enough reason to put themselves into thousands of dollars worth of debt. That leads me to my final point. The college industrial complex exists in great part to perpetuate the elitist belief that higher learning makes you a better person. When the college industrial complex is functioning as we speak, and it has been for many years. From the hopeful, burgeoning days of early stage capitalism to the student loan debt crisis of today, it has a history that allows it to continue feeding lies of economic mobility into the mouths of unsuspecting and suspecting students. Because even if you're suspicious of an institution, it becomes hard to be critical of it as a whole when everyone around you is telling you that it's your only way out.
So I don't know if it's because Victory started the video with poetry, and also there's like light jazz in the background. It's reminding me of like a Gil Scott Heron poem. Like this whole video, the way that Victory's like talking and everything like that, there's like a flow to it. It's fucking sick, actually.
Out. Your way out of wobbly checks that can't support a household. Your way out of garnishments that snatch every opportunity that you have to enjoy your life. Your way out of struggle and desperation just to survive. Where? This is happening in the hood old United States. At least in the hood, people support each other's endeavors and are full of empathy and understanding. However, the US is not the only place where this happens. Why? This entire
Ted Cruz and Ron DeSantis both went to uni. It clearly doesn't make you a better person. Yep, absolutely. He reads a lot of literature. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Definite rhythm and flow to the way he speaks. I fucking love it. It's sick. Sick. I love the delivery. Yeah. Yeah. This is like the first Victory the Creator video I've watched, and I'm absolutely here for it. 100%.
process.
This is why I cry internally every day at my job. I make snake oil for this university, and it's hella expensive and neolib as fuck. I know, yeah, but like, you know, you can't beat yourself up about it. Like, we're forced to do these jobs that we don't want to do in order to survive. It's the system that's making you do this. You know what I mean? It isn't your fault. You're not a decision maker. You know what I mean? And I guess like my best advice would be is that like if you do want to like democratize your workplace and make decisions on what your company does, then unionize. It's as simple as that. Small scale unions, pay raises, shit like that. Large scale unions, complete democratization of the workplace, workers owning the means of production. And that's what it is.
In order to support the facade of peace and prosperity acted out by every system in our capitalistic nation. It exists to be used as proof that both federal and certain local governments actually care about their constituents and not just about their own security. But Victory, what about all of the other students that have succeeded after going through college? 1, how do you define success? I define success as being able to provide for oneself while also being able to enjoy one's life with hope for the future. As Maya Angelou states, success is liking yourself, liking what you do, and liking the way that you do it. And I'm partial to that definition as well. Another part of that success is being a part of a community in which you contribute to and see results from. A never-ending amalgam of mutual interpersonal support. Now, look at my definition and see if those students have actually succeeded. Because studies showed that Notorious B.I.G. was not lying when he said more money, more problems. And here's a shout out to the patrons because they so great and they fund all the things on this channel, so you should become a patron. Yeah.
You heard. Go become a patron, everyone.
Aha! Shout out Grace Nelson, Bert, Lanzinator, Idol Ironon, and Free Range Fatty. Thank you for being here.
Okay, this is pretty cool. I like the way that Victory's doing this. But I am gonna skip past it because you know.
Now that we've gone over the overarching problems, let's try outlining a temporary solution. Canceling student loan debt. Cancel student loan debt. Cancel it. The only actual solution that addresses the root cause of that problem is having free higher education like other countries in the civilized world. But until that happens, how about you let people use their money to, I don't know, support themselves? Anyways, on a note that's probably more productive, let's go over some more local and individualized solutions. LRAPs, or Loan Repayment Assistance Programs, are programs in which a varying percentage of student loans are paid for once you graduate up until you make a certain amount of income. Where I live, the cap is normally $55,000 a year. But you should consult your own local universities for their cap if they have an LRAP
Cancel
program.
culture gone berserk.
These programs are relatively new, but higher learning institutions seem to finally be reading the room that happens to already be trillions of dollars into the ground and implementing them nationwide. So ask. In Indiana, we have a website called Explorador that aggregates local academic and career opportunities that local students are more likely to receive. Check to see if your state offers anything similar, because unfortunately, it is who you know and not what you know, and getting in contact with actual representatives through such programs does give you an advantage. Now here is where I have seen so many prospective college students drop a bag. If you are a student that has to pay for an education of any kind, do not accept offers unless they are full rides. And even then, you should still negotiate to see if there are any other opportunities to finance other expenses, such as devices, books, and transportation.
Yeah, this is a thing with like university that I really stressed about because I was a mature student. So I was like, right, okay, I've got to fucking make sure that the money that I'm getting is as much as I can get. He lives here in Indiana, my man. I'm so sorry. Yeah, does Indiana suck? Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. New Zealand media currently saying they'll increase student loan debt because economists says it will create growth. What the fuck? Anything, whenever you hear like a thing in the paper that says economists say, just immediately disregard it. It's bollocks. Economists might as well be another word for just like ghoul. Like, instead of economist, just like insert the word fucking, I don't know, cannibal. Like, cannibal. Child devourer. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. Muel going to uni as an ancient at the age of over 21. That's right, yeah. That's right. I was over 21, so I was a mature student. Very funny. And there were other mature students on my course that I'm still friends with now, but they were older than me. They were like, one of them was 40, one of them was like 32. Yeah, it's so funny. Like, mature student. Okay, all right. Did a lot of student grants, so I didn't take out nearly as many federal loans as I would have, but it was exhausting. Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, Victory's absolutely right, because people are not taught how to sort of like find the schemes that are going to be like available to them, right? Like, they're not going to be taught that it's not like a common bit of knowledge. And so they're just going to like accept whatever debt they're given. Oh, Pence was the governor of Indiana. Oh my God. Destroyed the school system and deliberately drove up HIV rates. You are kidding. I believe it, but like, what the fuck? Economists say people still have $2 in their pocket. We have to take it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you wouldn't find me being one of those immature students. That's right. That's right. Hey, Nils, how's it going? Welcome in.
The same way that you shop around car insurance quotes is the same way that you should be shopping around scholarship offers. This is Victory the editor, just popping in to add a little bit of context because I do realize that it seems a little too easy for you to just go in and negotiate down the price of your education, but it is a real thing. Please never get it mixed up. You as the student are the one providing value to a university. It is not the other way around.
Yes.
Without students, there would be no university. Without it being a massive financial sink. You get the right to negotiate your worth as a student at any university, no matter which grades you get, no matter which extracurriculars that you participate in, because you are the being that is providing value to that institution. Now, of course, results may vary, but at the very base of your understanding, know that you are the one providing value to a university.
Yeah.
There is a certain lack of self-worth that I find most readily in communities of color. And I am going to be the one to tell you, if you have not already heard it before, you are the one that is providing value. There is a certain mindset that promotes this lack of worth within communities of color. And I, as a person that has gotten what I've wanted out of the negotiation process, can tell you that you are actually worth everything, even if you don't get the best grades, even if you don't have all of the extracurriculars under your belt. You are a worthy student and you are of value. There is a resource in the
Extremely important
from
to reinforce
a person
that.
by the name of Ismatu Gwendolyn that outlines being black and poor at a PWI. And there are a lot of things in that presentation that I think students that aren't black and students that also do not go to a PWI can glean from it. Coming up next in the video are the experiences of black grads at different levels, different ages, and of different demographics, and their experiences with higher learning and education. Hope you enjoy.
All right, white people, listen up.
I am FD Signifier. I am a YouTube content creator. And as of about this month, I'm almost 2 years in the game. And I make media and cultural analysis content with a emphasis on Black perspectives, with a extra emphasis on examining and discussing Black masculinity.
I run the YouTube channel formerly known as Melina Pendulum and now also just Princess Weeks. Almost 30-year-old Brooklynite. I write, I do YouTube, I do work for PBS, and I'm a proud new cat mom. Overall, just big anime nerd fan.
Hi, my name is Harriana, and I like to make content based off nostalgia and family and children's entertainment and all the issues that I find within those spaces.
I mean, that's an epistemological question that I wasn't prepared
It's our boy!
I am Foreign Man on Foreign Land, otherwise known as Rants with James, otherwise known as Foreign, and I am saving Caribbean culture with commentary.
Overall, hold up. The question was, hold up.
Saving Caribbean culture with commentary.
How would you describe your experience with higher learning institutions? So universities, colleges.
Overall, I don't have the worst complaints in my education experience. I went to undergrad at Clark University, and that was probably the single most important experience in my life. I learned the baseline of my politics there. I met lifelong friends there. I met my wife there. I had a real powerful immersion experience with other Black people. I was well educated overall, and I'm an advocate for HBCUs. Overall, there's flaws. I also incurred a lot of debt there. I am lucky in that I had a mother who was able to cut that debt in half on my behalf. So I don't have too many complaints about Clark.
FD did used to be a teacher,
student loans and all. Then after that, I went to grad school. I am technically still in grad school. Grad school is not the same. I did not have a horrible time at grad school, and I value what grad school did for me overall. But if I could do it all over again, I plan better during undergrad to either make grad school less necessary or to rethink how I wanted to enter the work world and get into my career, so that I could have less student loan debt, less time wandering and trying to figure things out. The education I've had up to this point, the experiences I've had in undergrad, my professional experiences, all of that has enriched my content, right? I feel like that's one of the things I bring to the table in my content that is difficult, that I don't think can be mimicked easily, which is a perspective that is informed by 20 plus years on y'all. You know what I'm saying? What are you, 18?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I think the oldest person is...
FD Sig is literally our uncle. He is literally our uncle. When I was a kid, we were told just go to college. It didn't even matter what we majored in. If we went, we'd be well paid after. Yeah, that's the kind of the shit that my mum used to say. I wish I'd have listened to my dad, to be honest. Like, my dad was legit like, don't go to uni. Don't go to uni. Don't do it. There's no fucking point. You're not gonna learn anything. Blah, blah, blah. Now, that's not true. I learned a lot of stuff at university, and I think it was very important that I went to university at the time that I did, because it was about the time where, like, I was starting to become like a bit of an enlightened centrist. Do you know what I mean? And then I got taught at school, at uni, critical thinking, just like not believing what you read. And that did so much for me. That literally did like so much for me. And it is so surprising, like, when I hear people say like, oh, you can't just like teach people critical thinking and expect them to like become leftists, because every single person I went to uni with is like a leftist. Every single one of them. So I'm just like, anyway, I don't know. Yeah, he's coming for the babies. He's coming for the babies. He's going for us. The part of the uni experience, especially in the States, is that you meet a lot of people from outside your normal social circles. That happens in the UK as well. It's where like if you're lucky as a poor person, you'll meet people from the middle class, and you'll meet other poor people from other parts of the country and shit. Like that's a huge thing. I was brainwashed by the cultural Bolsheviks. That's actually what happened. That's right, yeah. It was way more true for the boomer generation that university leads to success. Yes, because meritocracy did kind of used to sort of maybe a little bit exist back then. But still not true meritocracy, It was just a bit more likely that people were going to get the jobs that they were qualified for,
Khadijah, who just turned 30 or is about to
uni
turn
was a culture shock. It was so fucking white. Yeah, and that's like that's a thing for a lot of people as well. It's like, oh my god, okay, everybody here is white. Like, that's a huge thing too.
30, you know what I'm saying? So like that makes a difference, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't have came out of, undergrad or high school, especially the time.
Yeah,
where
that's
my
it,
head was at
Kasona,
the
yeah.
time, and made the type of content I make now.
Boy. Okay, so I went to a PWI, predominantly white institution, when I went to undergraduate. And while in many ways it helped me come into my blackness being around that many white people, I think the
PWI is a helpful term. That's a helpful term. For sure. Definitely. Like, predominantly white institution. Like, you can use that for loads of stuff. Too many of them were comfortable singing songs with the N-word. Oh, ew.
biggest
You
downside
got to
is
meet
I
rich
didn't
people
really
for the
have
first time, the Rifle
resources
Club.
to
Oh my God,
allow
Shafiq.
me to really get engaged with the kind of stuff I wanted to do. It allowed me to get things done.
You learned a lot,
but
Goblin
it was
Hugger?
definitely very expensive. And I think going back, I do wish that I had made a more fiscally conservative, lowercase conservative choice of going to a state school or a SUNY if I wanted to just go away from the city. My grad school at Brooklyn College, however, I found to be one of my absolute favorite educational experiences. Not only was it affordable, I didn't have any debt coming out of my master's degree, but I was in a diverse campus environment, being taught by people from multiple different backgrounds, and just being in community with other Black folks. And that was really good for me. And Black Caribbean people who were really invested in doing work that was in.
Am I the only one in here that didn't go to uni? You're a nurse. How did you become a nurse without going to uni? Is that normal? Is that normal? Have I had that lie? Has that been like a lie? For my whole life? I thought you had to go to uni to become a nurse. Not in Germany, obviously. Like, what the fuck? That's wild. Moving to the West for uni, can't even begin to imagine how much of a culture shock that'll be. It will be. Nurses have med school, not uni. Even in the UK. Nurse trade schools. Well, fucking, I stand corrected. Holy shit. Well, there you go. There you go.
Conversation with Black Caribbeanness.
So it was a vocational
into
profession,
myself,
right?
And I was
Okay.
also allowed to just focus on English, just focus on English
okay.
literature. Didn't have to do math, didn't have to pretend I cared about any of that. I could just do the work that was passionate to me.
Meme Destroyer 465 says, can you donate to my GoFundMe? Yes, I donated a bunch of cum in your dad's ass. You can collect that at your leisure. Absolutely, yeah.
So that was probably my best experience because it was affordable and it was focused.
For the most part, me being the nerd that I've always been.
By the way, in case anyone wants to like clip that and be like, oh, DJ Muel is like a disgusting person, like doesn't support people in need and shit like that. I have like a very solid boundary of not like donating to people's GoFundMes that I don't know, because I'm well aware that people scam people all the time. And that person that just like came in the chat and it was their first fucking time in the chat, by the way, that was their first chat message, was probably going to put like a link to like, you know, something that can like get us banned in the chat. So yeah, just in case anyone's thinking like, God, DJ Muel is a piece of shit. Cynthia will be able to tell you that our community is incredibly good at supporting people who are actually in need that we do know. You know, we helped her pay her bills and rent this month. So, there you fucking go.
Like, not only am I a nerd that likes comic books and like cartoons, but I'm also like the other kind of stereotypical nerd. I really just enjoy learning. But college was a very exciting thing for me. I do like to learn, but I didn't really like the school I was at. I hated my middle school and I hated my high school because the kids were just so mean. But I remember I found out that in college, the people are a lot more mature because people are there to actually learn and get their work done so they can get that degree and go and move on with their life. So I went to community college my first semester.
Good
and I did
judgment to
enjoy it.
exercise
I learned
caution.
a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And then I transferred to university where I'm still currently at my second semester freshman year. And it was just so many changes that I've been to because I've been to 3 different schools in the time span of 1 year. And I think I was just kind of overwhelmed for the most part. I was actually learning and I was happy about it, but it was just like, oh my gosh, these are like skills that I'm gonna be using in my life. The things that I am learning is what's gonna help me with my job.
Oh my God! Look what she's got in the background. She's got a poster of "It's there." Oh my God! School crushes the spirit of learning. That's absolutely right, Poktor Deper. That's absolutely right. I love your chat name. Are you what the fuck? You're like a new chatter from this month. Here from Twitter. Loved your rant and it needed to be said. Thank you so much. I don't know what that was. I think I missed your like first chat message. Sorry, Poktor Deper. I think that might have been on like a busy stream or something, but you know, welcome in. But I love your name. That's great. How you doing? Love that shit. I wish I'd gone to community college. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's one of those. It's like, listen, you know, we learn things as we move on in our lives, and it's important to not like, you know, get mad at yourself for not knowing the right stuff to say or the right stuff to do, right? Do you know what I mean? Because it's like we don't get taught this stuff when we're growing up. It just isn't like, you know, it's not in the interest of capital to actually allow us to develop and learn properly in it. You know what I mean?
I decided to get later on. So it was just kind of like I don't want to say it was a culture shock, but it was kind of like a coming to sense of realization that education does matter. That's one thing college really taught me. Education really does matter. But I've also had to change my major along the way because of the COVID-19 pandemic. My original major was theater. My minor is African American studies. I wasn't worried about my minor in African American studies, but I was very concerned about that theater major because, you know, theater was literally dead for like almost 2 years. But during that time period, that's when my YouTube channel started taking off. That's when my business, like my brand.
That's the main crux of it. That's the main crux of it, Goblin Hugger. Like, most of the time when you're making decisions about higher education, you're a child. You're actually a child, and institutions take advantage of it. 100%. 100%.
My personal brand, and it did make my relationship with school a bit weird because I wasn't sure if this is what I wanted to do anymore. I love my theater community. I love it has really helped me grow as an actor and a creator, but I realized it just wasn't beneficial for my life anymore. Some people don't seem to realize.
You work with kids now, tell students the truth about college? Hell yeah.
You're not really going to have much time for yourself.
That's dope, take care.
Definitely been some great things. So I studied political science as my undergrad, political science pre-law, with a minor in leadership studies, which is just a BS, but not a Bachelor of Science degree, BS in the more derogatory version of the word. Degree that basically says that I know how to lead, or I've studied different leadership styles. And I studied at Iowa State University, so all of the people that know what Iowa is like probably understand that it is an austerely white institution. And not only am I black, but my blackness is Bahamian, as I am from the Bahamas. So that has resulted in me being othered extensively, but it also taught me more about being from the Bahamas than I would have learned had I not been in a PWI, a predominantly white institution. And I am currently finishing up my master's degree in political science and public policy being my focus. So I analyze policies that run societies, run municipalities, and figure out their efficacy, looking at different ways that the government can do better, can do worse, looking at structural failures on different levels. All that very boring jargon to say that I read a lot. I read a lot and I talk a lot. And that's what I've been doing for the past 8 years. So my experience has been in many ways great. I was an amazing place.
Yeah, Foreign is a fucking
legend. I get a lot of
legend.
grief, but I've met amazing people. I've also met the dregs of the people. The dregs of society I've met here. Some of the least flattering depictions of the human condition I've met here. I think that it's been an extremely enlightening experience that I wouldn't have had any other way. But definitely when you ask, how's my experience been with higher learning in particular, I have to say mixed. I have to say ambivalent.
Yeah, like he's extremely like fucking educated. Like this is the thing about Foreign. Like in his videos, he's like very much like, yeah, this is like, you know, the Bahan accent and shit like that, like just going hard, you know. But like, you know, when you talk to him, he doesn't really talk like that, which is fucking so good. I love that shit.
An amalgamation of good and bad, because I just can't.
I imagine a lot of that. I imagine a lot of that though. I imagine a lot of that is actually just because like so many people don't understand. Is it patois in the Bahamas? You know what I mean? Like, is it actually called patois, or is that just in Jamaica? But anyway, like patois in it, like people just don't understand it. Like, especially white people. Like, white people forget it. Like, you know what I mean? You're not gonna be there all day. Like, what'd you say? You know. And but yeah, like I imagine there's probably a degree of that to it. I don't know.
I don't look back at it.
But I guess that could be my ignorance showing. Like, I don't know. Probably not everybody who comes from the Bahamas speaks in like deep patois, you know?
Bushy-eyed and blue tail, but I'm definitely eager.
Hey, Overzealous, how you doing?
Out of academia, especially white academia, because there's something about extremely smart people saying woefully dumb things on a constant basis that is very disheartening and exhausting. And I think that's how I feel about academia.
Hey, Rasputin, what's going on?
So
wait, what was the question? What are things that you were prepared for in regards to higher education? Okay.
So I am part of patient zero for student loan debt. Student loan debt wasn't an understood thing when I went to college. Us old millennials it's rough because the Gen Xers, I don't know what blew up student loans, right? Like, I don't know what blew them shits up, but between my brother graduating college in, I don't know, 1996 and 7 or something, and me going to college in 2000, it was just a whole new money game. So like, I got to college and I didn't understand that you had to pay back. I understood you had to pay it back, but like, it seemed like such a ridiculous thing to be doing that in my head, it must be not as bad as it sounds. Right. Like, maybe there's something about it I don't understand, that when it's all said and done, it'll be cool, because surely they're not gonna let me put myself $150,000 into debt to be a teacher. Like, surely somebody will sit me down and say, hey, teachers make this much money, you owe this much money. Don't.
I think the only thing that really just kind of shook me a bit is that I didn't go to the same class. You only have class like once or twice a week in college, sometimes 3, depending on the subject matter. So, the way my class is that I'm taking right now, I only have to go to class.
Taking out loans and blowing through money. Yeah, I was literally the same.
Once a week. I didn't realize that, like, you know, in school, high school, middle school, you're in class every single day. They teach you this all week. That is the subject. But it's like, they only give you 1 day to learn about the source material, and you realize that's kind of all you need, if that makes sense. They give you the material, they teach it, but a lot of it has to come from you. You have to do your own studying.
Yeah, going back to that about being smart people being dumb, I don't think nobody prepares you for that. I think that the world prepares you to look at hierarchical structures and just say, okay, this person has more degrees than me, he's been here longer than me, he's older than me. And I'm saying he also as a higher position, because these men are typically old white men, typically in these positions of tenured power. You don't typically see people of color being there, especially at a predominantly white institution for various reasons. Sometimes it is structural racism in many regards, but simply just the fact that it's very difficult for a person of color or a minority to even be in this environment for a long amount of time without getting exhausted, without coming up against these different obstacles. I have to go to get this haircut right here. I had to travel.
That's so true. Yeah, like there's a ton of college administrators where you have to ask, like, what the fuck do you actually do? Yeah, there are so many jobs in colleges where it's like, you know, it just feels like they're just like, okay, well, we need to have someone kind of doing something like this, or like we have a bunch of people that we need to hire, so like let's just make a fucking job up for them, you know?
an hour out of town because there's no black barbers, viable black barbers. And this is tragic, and I haven't been able to talk about this yet, and this is a tangent, but my barber whom I used to go to, he used to cut off at his basement. He just got out of jail. He just died. I didn't even get time to grieve because I had to travel an hour to go and get another haircut from a barber that I don't necessarily know because I had to go and look presentable for something.
What the fuck?
Following day. So that's something that my white colleagues wouldn't necessarily do or have to do because they could go to a barber right across the road.
Shit, foreign, that sucks.
In the unfortunate event that they're dead, they can go to another barber right across the road because there's numerous amounts of places where they can go and get a haircut, and I can't.
Question 4. Have there been any programs or other opportunities that have significantly helped you through your higher education?
A bunch of them. So I pledged, so I joined a fraternity, and that is just good clean fun. So fraternities are probably like top tier. Nothing's automatic. I got frat brothers that work at Foot Locker, but fraternities and and then like the secret organizations like the Masons and the Eastern Stars, etc. Their biggest value is creating, like you just said, networks and affinity groups. Because even if I was applying for a job and the person over it was an alpha, so not in my fraternity, the fact that I joined a fraternity to that person would have meant something on paper. You know what I mean?
I mean, like, the scholarships have helped, but I think if I'm being quite honest, the thing that has helped me the most in terms of my higher education is like knowing how to get internships, like knowing how to subsidize what I couldn't get, knowing how to navigate things. And that really comes from your own ambition, which sucks because I think it should be a little bit easier. It shouldn't have to be all on you, but it is. I think honestly, yeah, it was community. Community really helped me. Like, community has been when it works, it's been my best education. Like, I learned more about feminism from Tumblr from early Tumblr than I did from.
It's true. It's like like I said, there are some good things that you learn, and I think are necessary to learn from university/college. But like, she's right. Like, you will learn a lot more shit just like online. It's actually like absurd how gate-kept education is. And it does feel like maybe that is why a lot of these people are trying to crack down on things like TikTok. They're trying to crack down on things like like the online safety bill in the UK. Like, all these governments, they're like, no, you gotta fucking like learn it through the institutions that we tell you to learn them through. Because like, as someone with ADHD, I found it extremely hard. Like, I find it hard to watch this video because it's like, sometimes when people just like talk, it's like, oh God, like my brain is like, oh, am I picking up the information? Like, is it actually going in? Am I actually listening? And that is what uni is like a lot of the time. Do you know what I mean? This stream is a balm to my soul as an educator who hates the state of education. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go. But this is it. It's like, damn, like, if there are different ways, like, you can learn things on TikTok because someone has like broken it down in a short form video that's easy to digest. And you're like, oh, okay, I understand that a lot easier than the way that someone tried to explain that to me at university. Like, that's happened multiple times since I've graduated. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why was it so easy for them? You know what I mean? Because they don't spend time like looking at how some people like absorb information, and like neurodivergency comes into play. You know, they don't spend time like looking, okay, well, this student seems to understand better stuff with this resource, and this student seems to understand stuff better through lectures. You know what I mean? So it is really like gate-kept. Really gate-kept. Right, Vod? Yeah, you know the score, obviously. Yeah, you know the score. Yeah, making you dependent on the official systems. My dad was really disgusted with what the uni he worked at turned into. Overpaid admins who just replaced all the tenured faculty with adjuncts they could just cycle through. Jesus Christ. That being said, I just can't listen to certain voices, certain ways that people carry themselves. Yeah, that's like, yeah, an immediate thing for me. Like, if someone with like a very, very monotone voice starts speaking, I'm like, sorry. It's not you. It's not you. It's just my brain. It's how my brain works, you know? It sucks. That shit sucks.
School, which is sad considering the state of Tumblr now, but like a lot of the things that really got me to understand a lot of these concepts and put them into like a pop culture lens was seeing it on Tumblr and seeing how people wanted to talk about it. Because I think for me, I felt like, I'm such a nerd, I want to like talk about all these things, but like with anime or like with Sailor Moon or Xena, and I saw people were doing the same thing and it made me feel better about learning. So I think finding a community that engages you intellectually is like the best like thing to help you enjoy your education, because then you can feel like you're actually applying it to something that matters.
I hate to say it, I hope I don't sound ridiculous, but it is this site called Purdue Owl. A lot of these online free writing sites, I even throw Khan Academy in there and all of that. That stuff right there is what's helping me. Like Crash Course with John Green on YouTube. Those outside learning sources are what have been helping me with college for the most part.
Yeah.
Because I noticed, I don't like to say I have to have things dumbed down for me, but I do need things to be explained a little bit more simpler for me.
It's not dumbed down. It's not dumbed down. Like, this is the thing. Like, I totally feel what she's saying here, because I've gone through my entire life thinking I'm thick. Do you know what I mean? But it's not that I'm thick. It's that I need things explained in a different way. And lots of people need things explained in a different way, like in simple ways. And just because you have things explained in simple ways doesn't mean that you are stupid. It just means that that's how you break through the learning gate in your own head. You know what I mean? Yeah. There are certain topics I can take it without a problem, but others break it all the way down. Yeah, that's it. That's the neurodivergent mind, you know?
Need to get them. And that's what so much of this free content out here on YouTube is. It's explained in an easier, more simpler way for you.
But I believe, actually, that with this discussion regarding college, you know, regarding, like, you know, regarding that specifically, it's not just neurodivergencies. It is actually sometimes just like, you know what? We're just going to teach it this way, and that's it. You know what I mean? That's literally just it. Hello, Vitor Benedetti. Welcome in. How you doing? There are many ways to explain things, and people aren't stupid for wanting, needing different forms of learning. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I don't believe that anyone's truly stupid. Like, nowadays, when I use the word idiot or stupid, I just generally mean, like, an ignorant person who doesn't want to, like, learn or, like, can't be bothered because it doesn't affect them, essentially. That's the way that, like, those words are in the vernacular in my mind. Because I don't believe that anyone is, like, stupid. Do you know what I mean? Right, I agree, Health Pay. That's what it means to me. Yeah, that's what it means to me. Pretty sure I would have done a lot better in school if I had dyslexia help, like audio reading instead of suffering through textbook reading. Yes, me too. Yeah, it's so bad. One of my lecturers at uni started this lecture course with, "This will be too advanced for 95% of you. I'm lecturing to the top 5% of students. It took me 5+ years to realize he was just a bad teacher and proud of it." Yep, that's all it is. That's all it is. When lecturers and teachers are there saying, "Well, I'm sorry, my friend, you're just too stupid. You're just not advanced enough to understand this material." And it's like, no, you're just shit at teaching. And you don't want to get better. And you don't need to get better because, you know, institutions like this keep you in a job. Hello, Hey Zelda. As a big math person, I've always been really interested in how to help people fill gaps and break things down when they just think they're bad at math. Right, exactly. Like, there's every chance that, like, you know, people have dyscalculia, but at the same time, there might be an easy way for people with dyscalculia, an easier way for people with dyscalculia to be able to learn maths, you know?
You to get it. I literally would not have passed my history class if it weren't for Crash Course videos. I literally would barely have.
You listened to The Wall yesterday? Yeah, I've not seen the movie. I want to see the movie as well, Vod. I keep meaning to watch The Wall. I might watch it tonight, actually. Fuck it. Might watch it tonight after the stream. Teachers going out of the way to hurt students. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Math class if it wasn't for Khan Academy. Purdue OWL, while I am very strong when it comes to the subject of English, it helps me a lot when it comes to my grammar choices and how to cite my papers or whatnot. Online free sources that are just seen as like so-so or whatever to many people, those things are what is helping me get through school, especially Quizlet. Shout out to
But I would also say that the wall, when it's talking about teachers that are hurting students, I believe it's probably more along the lines of like physical abuse, because you have to remember it was legal to hit your kids in the UK up until about like 1989 or something. Like teachers were just allowed to just like hit kids. And I think that's what the wall is talking about more than just like, you know, teaching them wrong.
Quizlet.
Don't get me wrong, psychological abuse is still a big thing in schools. Teachers still do that, and they're probably talking about that too. But, you know, I think they were probably more talking about the teachers that would literally be like, you know, Parker, up against the wall, with a ruler and shit, you know?
Yeah, I don't recommend people just go on Quizlet to look at the answers for stuff, but like them little study guides they put on Quizlet, study them. It's very helpful.
¿Por qué no los dos?
Yeah, like this is literally free information out here, and you can use that to make the most out of your degree.
In the Bahamas, it isn't acrimony isn't to that regard. Like it leans more towards
super fucked up
learning system and educating Bahamian to get what they want, because we do not have predatory loans to that extent. We definitely have some loans are definitely a thing, but you don't have the average student accruing an enormous amount of debt to the point where they can't even get out from underneath it.
But the nostalgia critic didn't mention any of that. Oh, Doug Walker is just one of the worst. Just one of the worst people. Lost Future says, when I was in high school in Canada, we would find the teachers' sticks hidden in classrooms. It's so messed up. So extremely messed up. Just like hit a child with a stick. It's just fucked up. So fucked up.
By the time that they get out of university with an undergrad. That's not the case for your average Bahamian, I should say.
Right. Oh, damn. The questions are on the screen for way too short.
For your average
I can't read that.
I should say.
What would you say to someone like you going through the process of college applications? All right.
Spend as little money as possible unless you're going to an HBCU.
I don't know what a HVC is, but yeah, absolutely. Just, I don't give a fuck how much that dopamine goes brr when you see that student loan money go in your account. Don't spend it. Don't fucking spend it. Save as much of that shit as you can. Oh, HBC, historically black college, right? Okay, yeah.
Then still spend as little money as possible, but just understand you're probably getting the overall better product. I told my kids that. We play with them, but I'm like, look, the only school we're paying money for is a black school. If you want to go to a white school, that's great. You better come up with some scholarship money. Otherwise, if you want us to co-sign a whole bunch of loans for you to end up paying back, then you better get the bang for your buck. Overall, that's, you know, generally speaking, yeah, that's.
Oh, was it 1992 in the UK?
But if you're gonna, basically like college is what you make of it in general. And every college experience isn't going to be great. I had a great one. I know some people didn't, even at my own school. And you got to find a space that you think you'll fit and that'll work for you. But no matter what, understand this is a transactional activity. And you are going to college to come away with human capital that you can exchange for profit on the open market or whatever the capitalists, whatever the appropriate terms you're supposed to use are. That's what you're going to college for. You're going to college so you can get a good job that hopefully serves you, etc. Don't get caught up on wanting to be at the top school in a particular field or the top school in a particular area, unless that like really resonates you, unless you're trying to go there to find a mate that also got the same hustle and swag. At the end of the day, people don't really pay that much attention to the name on the paper. The only thing you're paying for is the experience and the network, right? And you can't guarantee that you're going to get a network like that. Like you can't guarantee that you're going to go to Yale and truly be able to access that Yale network.
I would ask them what they are going
One of the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action Canada has repealed Section 43 of the Criminal Code. Every school, teacher, parent, or person standing in the place of a parent is justified in using force by way of correction to a pupil or child. Wait, that's still about in Canada? That's still a law in Canada? Like, they still hit kids in school in Canada? No fucking way. No fucking way.
Going to college for. I think that my generation will probably be the last to really force higher education on children as a quantifier of success.
That's nuts. That's fucking nuts. That blows my mind. That's like, I literally can't hit it. They still hit kids in the USA? In Texas? Oh my God. I genuinely can't believe that. That's like blowing my mind that they just like hit kids in school. It's bad enough getting hit by your own parents, right? It's bad enough getting hit by your own fucking parents. But like, yeah, a school teacher. Zelda says, I don't know about that. The rest of section 43 reads, as the case may be, who is under his care, if the force does not exceed what is reasonable under the circumstances. What the fuck? That's nuts. If you have parental permission in most of the southern states, you can paddle? Not to mention the cops in U.S. schools who frequently brutalize black and brown kids. Right. That too. Fucking hell. I'm trying to get my head around that. That's nuts. I'm an ex-teacher and I didn't even know. That's a paddling. What the fuck? Remember in Tay's video on childhood and how we learned hierarchical violence early on? I wonder about school beatings due to people's worldview. Oh, yeah. Yeah, as soon as you know that, like, if you do something wrong, you're gonna get, like, violently attacked. You know what I mean? I would have to check with my mum. Gotta say, this doesn't sound right, as much as our schools are pretty fucked. I mean, I believe it. Like, I genuinely do believe it. I'm finding it hard to wrap my head around, but I do believe it. You know? Ask your education professor about this. Yeah, defo. Yeah. Yeah, they call it paddling. They call it spanking. Like, yeah. Hide the fact that it's violence. Yeah. Yeah, you can post the link, JMM. Hold up. Yeah, there you go. There's your permit.
You know, if you're going to college to appease somebody, you're never gonna have an enjoyment out of it. Are you going in there because you really want to have?
Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get rid of the content warning for poverty, and I'm gonna put that debt instead because I think that makes a bit more sense. There we go. Talking about debt and finances and shit. You know what I mean? Fox News approves paddling. What the fuck? This was in 2017. Texas school district approves paddling misbehaving students. What the fuck? Officials at a Texas school district have approved a controversial new disciplinary practice on students paddling. The Three Rivers Independent School Board of Trustees in South Texas approved the policy on Tuesday, which will allow for paddles to be used with corporal punishment against misbehaving students. What the fuck? There's a bill now in the Senate to repeal this? Yeah. If it's not prohibited by the state, it's up to local districts. Yeah. Hey, Liz, what's going on? District base, yeah. Oh, God. That's fucked. Papatato says, we suspect my sister's dyscalculia. Our mother had to help her do her homework and understand lessons until she had no more math classes. Our mum got so frustrated because she explained one math problem to her. She understood it, but wasn't able to make the next one, even though it was the same problem with different numbers. Also, silly mistakes in equations where plus became minus magically, and thus the answer was incorrect most of the times. Yeah, that's me. I've got fucking dyscalculia. 100%. In Canada, it's called Bill S25. Well, that's what Adrenaline was talking about. Adrenaline was literally just talking about that in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, the USA is like abortion, bad. Child abuse, good. Yeah, well they don't think it's child abuse, do they? They wouldn't think that. They would be like, everybody got hit when you were a kid. That kind of shit, you know what I mean?
Have a career that lends itself to college, or are you just doing it to go through the motions? If you're doing it to go through the motions because you know that you need a college degree to get certain entry points into the world, which is totally valid, go to a community college, go to a 2-year university, see how you feel, get at least your associates, and then see if it's something that you're passionate about that you want to work in. I say always find a way to make your passions work for you, and that can mean whatever it is to everybody else. I say if you really like doing stuff with your hands and you want to be in a technical school, go to a technical school. Do not let anyone tell you that there's only one lane for success, because it's not true. A 4-year university is not as meaningful as people say it is. Really do it for you. And I think that's the most important thing. If you're getting ready to go to school, think about your future. And I don't mean like your job as well. I mean like them loans. Can you afford it? What are you going to be able to manage? Are you just doing this for the sake of somebody else? Really take the time to think about how this is going to be your commitment. What experiences do you want to have? Do you want to be away from your family because you come from a certain environment, or do you want to like be able to study abroad? Really make this next 2 to 4 years work for you.
I'm just gonna say this: if you do not get into that,
I think that's good advice.
School that you've been dying to go to, it's probably for the better. Go, like college is supposed to be an experience because you're learning about yourself, but you're also working towards adulthood, being more independent, making your own money. I know it's a very stressful time period signing up for schools to get accepted in and everything like that, but I'm just letting you know now, you kind of worrying for no reason. Wherever you get in at is probably for the better. Probably got in somewhere that you can afford a lot more than that school you were dying to go to. I know like some of my classmates were very stressful were very stressed out during senior year about where they were going to go to school at, and people were crying because they realized they couldn't afford to
same
go to
Prince,
their
same
dream school and whatnot. I think my best way to explain to this, I don't want it to sound discouraging.
Yeah, should all be nationalized. I agree.
Keep your expectations low. Keep your expectations low. It is not going to be what you think it is when you get there. Just because it costs less to go to one school than another does not mean that you are not getting the proper education that you deserve.
True.
It's just the subject of getting accepted into school is like so stressful for so many of us, and I know I already said stressful again, but now that I look back at it, I wasn't stressed, but I saw how a lot of my friends were stressed, and I feel like it's just kind of pointless because they did all this worrying about getting into their dream school, and a lot of them didn't even like the school they got into and transferred. Some of them had to leave their dream schools because they could no longer. But it really just takes a sense of maturity. It really just takes a sense of maturity to understand that wherever you go to school at, it doesn't really matter. If you're still stuck on trying to get into that Ivy League school that you can't afford, and you're really just trying to get in for bragging rights, you ain't hurting nobody but yourself. It's a lot more stressful to try to stay in one of those schools than just going somewhere where you can afford. It's easier for you to commute there. You can afford the room and board. You'll be closer to home with all your family and friends and whatever. Like I said, keep your expectations low because you're worrying about nothing.
More and more, I think.
Helma needs to dyscalculia when she was younger by making songs out of a bunch of times tables, trying to build emotional relationships with numbers by association. There are no cures or silver bullets, but I wish each student had their own set of needs discerned, addressed, and the strengths played to. This is the thing, right? If education was nationalized, right, paid for by the state, and made more than just school, right? Because school for a lot of people, especially, since it's been privatized, sucks. And the nationalized version of schools at the minute in the UK, in the US, like, they suck as well. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, they're underfunded. So for, like, a lot of people, school is just, like, a shit period of time where you're basically in a prison where you just have to, like, learn. And that's what school felt like to me. Like, I've never been to prison. I've never, you know what I mean? But I feel like it's just like a prison where you just have to learn stuff You know what I mean? You just have to go there all the time, every day. You gotta spend all your fucking, and it's shit, and you fucking hate it. You have to learn things that you don't want to know and that you're never gonna use in your life. You know what I mean? So it's like, if we make education like a thing that happens like outside of school as well, like, you know, just think about how different school would be like under communism and anarchism. It would be like, well, okay, for a start, you don't have to go if you don't want to. No one's going to get in trouble, right? Secondly, if you do go, you get to learn whatever you like. You get to learn whatever you like. Oh, bullshit homework. Don't even get me started on homework. They gave us, we thought, when I was growing up, we thought that homework was the thing that you got in secondary school. But when we got into year 5 and year 6 in primary school, they started giving us homework then. And I hated it. So shit. God damn it. But yeah. There's a researcher called Dr. Stacey Patton who focuses on spanking in the black community and helping people move away from that model of parenting. She's a good Twitter follow for those who still indulge in that terrible place. I mean, that's the thing. It's not just like a black thing at all. Like it's like white parents are still doing it nowadays. Definitely. Like me and I'm a Coconut were literally in. We were down south and we saw like the parent of like, I don't know, she might have been 15, 16 or something like that. Literally just like grab a girl and like fucking drag her down the street and shit. You know, definitely not just like a black thing. I have some friends who went through open schools where the students designed their curriculums. What? They all have like different cognition and did amazingly in those alternative and public schools. What the fuck? That sounds so sick. That sounds so sick. Bullshit homework is capitalist propaganda for doing unpaid labor when you should be resting. Absolutely. Absolutely. Think about all the trauma that homework has given us. Fuck homework. Fuck it all off.
I think that colleges serve a purpose as an experience to aggregate a lot of knowledge, to be introduced to a lot of different experiences, especially people, different people, diversity of experiences, diversity of theories that you wouldn't find if you don't do it.
So weird. Today's gone really slow. Sorry to interrupt you, Foreign, but today's gone really slow for me. I keep looking at the clock and I'm like, the YouTube video, it says that 32 minutes have gone by, but it feels like it's been 10 minutes. No, it doesn't feel like it's been 10 minutes. It feels like it's been an hour. Do you know what I mean? Not just the YouTube video, but like the whole day. The whole day feels slow. Feels like time is like stretched today. I don't know what it is. What's going on? I was on the fucking treadmill before and I was like, this feels longer than yesterday. What is that? Recent research has shown that homework is not helpful in helping kids learn. It is not. Do you know what? I think there's a direct correlation between when I stopped being good at school and when I started getting homework. Actually, I think you're right. It's the fallout from yesterday's Tory debate. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Listen, chat, I've been drinking a lot of water. I've got to go for a wee. I'll be back in a tick. Right, I'm back. Ooh. Long time stretchies all day today too. What is going on with that? To condition you into working extra for free because bootstraps? Yeah, you're right, Skidada. Yeah, you're right. Oh, god damn. The orphanage made us do bootstrap by doing chores all midday for our homework. Oh my god, that's literally just child labor. That's literally just like making kids slaves. I hate that so much. God damn JMM. What the fuck? School was never fun in Germany. It always sucked ass. Yeah. Same in the UK, honestly.
But
the only fun things I ever did at school were like the naughty things that I did when we like pretended to smoke spliffs in the science lessons and shit, you know?
Encourage people to take a lot of time when it comes to don't rush into getting into college, especially right now, because if you're doing college in order to gain access to capitalism, to get a job or to get like your dream job, it's not always guaranteed. I would say most of the time it's not guaranteed. College isn't necessarily the best gateway. More and more we're finding out that the degree is becoming less and less of a means of getting what you want. As far as your dream job goes. And if you want to go into the whole I don't dream a label thing, go into it. But as far as like getting what you want in this job market, it isn't always access through college degrees. I will say that a lot of it is networking, of course. It's who you know. It's a lot of nepotism. It's a lot of being able to get yourself into different rooms that get you access to different people. But I would extremely encourage a younger me to understand that. And not only that, but I'm doing pretty much what I would have wanted to do when I first was looking at colleges, I wanted to do music because music is my life. And that's my passion. However, you have, of course, other people like your parents. My parents, in particular, really wanted me to be.
My kid has zero problems learning and remembering things she chooses to learn as and interested in. I wonder what that's about. Probably nothing. Right, exactly. Is the audio out of sync for everyone, or is that just me?
And I like law. I like reading. I like.
Yeah. This part of the video is out of sync. Yeah, defo.
Science, which is a precursor to law. And I intend to read law. However, I ended up putting off and delaying a lot of the things that I am doing anyway, which is making, content, whether it be video essays or making music in my video essays or production or all of these different things. I ended up doing that anyway. And I only could think of how much further I would have been along had I done what I wanted to do in the first place. So I would have encouraged a younger me to probably not ignore and hamper those initial passions because of what you feel as though will get you money, be able to sustain you. Don't make collegiate decisions because of money solely. Be practical, like we've said, like it's not wrong to engage in capitalism even though you're critiquing capitalism, but be practical. Don't put yourself into a situation where you're going to be struggling just because you want to be passionate about something, because sometimes it doesn't pay off. But I would definitely encourage a younger me to, one, potentially look at vocations, potentially look at alternative routes to college, potentially do some college courses at community college rather than the four-year institution, because they're immensely cheaper and they still carry the same academic credits, and you'll be able to transfer them into a four-year institution. So I would encourage them to do that. Look at community courses, look at vocational routes, look at alternative college courses, as well as network, as well as listen to your passions as well, and figure out if there's any way to incorporate your passions into what you want to do long term.
Which improvements would you like to see to combat the military-industrial complex and its effects? Now, this is going to be interesting, and I think that this is only really like a USA thing, because it's like... Oh, wait, hang on. Is this right? Is this going to be about, like, trying to get people to join the military to go through college?
Socio-emotional learning needs to be in colleges. That's something that's been added to most grade schools in the last couple of years. Like my kids take social-emotional learning, which is basically like practical sociology, talking about feelings, talking about addressing stress, addressing mental health, baseline politics, not really, but like probably in college maybe. That along with like just genuine social support systems within schools. Like colleges will have counselors, but like not a lot and not enough, and definitely not black.
Yeah, I think that might have been a typo. because the college industrial complex is like not a commonly used phrase, and obviously Victory the creators use this for like this video, and I think maybe it was a mistype military industrial complex. I don't think it's anything to do with the military industrial complex, this question. I think it's the college industrial complex.
Black, or at least like informed with a black, what's the word I'm looking for? Effective for black people. You know, there's a better word there, but I can't think of it. But, you know, a lot of therapists, you know, especially for black men, like there's, you know, there's the running theme of like, go to therapy, brother, go to therapy, which is true. But
yeah, you were ready, take care. Yeah, you were ready.
That like there's research that shows that a lot of therapists don't know how to deal with men in general, let alone with black. And there's not enough men or black men in the field. There's gaps there. So all of that aside, like each student should be on a social worker's caseload at these colleges, no matter how high end or excellent the student is or whatever the resources of the college.
There's still lots of depth of vets after military.
Social work elements where students are checking in or being checked on by social workers to not just like, oh, you come meet with me when you need something, but no, I'm coming to you before I see the problem boiling up. You feel me? That would do so much for and that could be combined with, you know.
Wait, you used to do gardening class? What the fuck? We never had gardening class. We literally never had gardening class.
They make progress in understanding what your major.
Yeah, sorry, Take Arrow. Yeah, we don't make jokes like that in this community. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. I ban people for making jokes about violence and shit like that because you'll end up getting me banned, basically, and you shouldn't do it in other people's. I know that I've seen other leftist streamers, and they're fine with jokes like that. Like, they love it when people say, like, I want to be like Mao in their chats and shit like that. But for me, I'm just extremely paranoid. You know what I mean? It's one of them. I would advise other leftist streamers to not allow shit like that in their chat as well. But who am I to tell how to stream and shit like that? But, you know. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for understanding. Appreciate that. Appreciate you not trying to, like, defend yourself and be like, oh, it's just an emote, bro. Calm down, because that would have got you fucking banned.
Is going to offer you at the end of the day when you finish it and things like that. This college still has a very
it's boundaries, you know, the score
game to where you made it. Now get your internship and get out there and be somebody. And there's people, you know, those of us who are just truly talented, truly driven, that you can send them to any college, they're gonna get theirs, right? But
sadly, yeah, my therapist has gotten better about racial aspects of mental health in the past 2 years. That's because she's put in work to learn, but it was never part of her psych education. Right. I mean, this is the thing. It's like, you know, if you don't have a therapist that is equipped to deal with issues of marginalized people, then how can you expect marginalized people to prosper and, you know, thrive in society and shit like that? You know? Like, it's so telling that, like, but again, I'm going to use a word that I've learned in this video, in PWIs, like psychotherapy education in the States and in the UK, all over the Imperial Court, to be honest. Of course, they're not going to teach you how to deal with problems, you know, that, like, black people might be experiencing, people of Southeast Asian descent, you know, people of other Asian descent and shit like that. Like, you're just not gonna, like, get taught that, because apparently those people's rights don't matter as much. They hardly get fucking taught about, like, white people's experiences and shit like that. So, like, you know, to actually like, you know, expect them to know about, like, you know, how race is going to affect someone's life. It's a bit of a high expectation, isn't it, in, like, PWIs? But they should know and shit like that. And it's good that your therapist is actually putting in the work to learn. Like, that's good. But it should just be across the board. It should be across the board. Still about 30 years in the past, psychotherapy. Yeah, I agree. Multicultural counseling is still in its infancy. It's fucking shit, innit? Yeah. Yeah, you know? More on that, a therapist who isn't informed on marginalized people's needs can do an enormous amount of harm. Well, imagine if you're like, you know, you're a person of color in general, like, and you know, you're talking to a therapist about an experience that you've had with racism, and then you say, and then that person, that white therapist says to you, "Oh, don't you think you're making a bit of a big deal out of that?" Well, just don't listen to him. Just don't listen. I know that they call you the N-word like all the time, but like, just don't listen to him. It's just a word. It's just a word. Like, they don't understand like microaggressions. They don't understand like, the direct institutional effects of racism on people's education, on their fucking sex lives, on their like, you know, everything. Like, they just have no concept of it. Like, what the fuck? Like that's gonna either like gaslight people into thinking that shit's fine, or it's just gonna make that person just leave the therapy, not get the therapy that they need. It just sucks. Just absolutely sucks. I know so many queer POC have had that experience. Right, this is it. Yeah, for queer people as well. Like, I remember when I brought up my bisexuality to like my therapist, and my therapist was really good, you know, but when I talked to him about like my queerness, he said something weird, and I can't remember what it was. I think he like said to me, "Oh, I was saying to him, I really want to come out to my dad," and he was being like, "You don't need to do that. Don't worry about it." And I'm like, "Yeah, I fucking do. What the fuck are you talking about? What you on about, bro?" You know, God, yeah, just like mental health in general, yeah.
If you're gonna charge everybody all this money and you're gonna let all these people in, and you know that the game is not gonna pan out for all of them, then you need to be putting some of this ridiculous.
Did he go all young on me? I don't really know. I don't know what young is.
Maybe you can reduce suicidal ideation on these campuses. Maybe you can reduce sexual assault on these campuses. Maybe you can reduce dropout rates on these campuses. You can do all of that if there's more support for these students, high achievers and not. That's what I think. If there was, short of full-on dismantling, getting into my St. Andrew bag of the system, right? If we are forced to preserve the system, which we, definitely are.
That's fucking sick,
the system can do better by seeking to serve the people more directly and providing them with what they need versus saying, here's what we offer to everybody. This is equality versus equity. Equity is what we need.
I think college should be free, period. I just think...
Wait, what? The therapist before my current told me repeatedly that Trump's effect on America wasn't that bad. Oh, man, I bet you loved hearing that as a black guy, right? I bet you loved hearing that. The one before that told me I was too left-leaning to be healthy. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's some good shit. I love that. I love that shit. Yeah, very normal, very good thing to hear from your therapist, yeah. You need to change your politics and then you'll be good. That's like fucking... That's like saying, "Oh, I know there's a fire in your house, but just pretend it isn't there. Just pretend it isn't there." Like, what the fuck? Young was an old crusty woo-woo therapist. I know about that, but I don't know anything about what he said or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? I've never understood what Young is. Carl Jung or Young. I don't even know how to say his name.
I think college should be free. I think we need to start getting. We need to get rid of general education requirements. I don't have nothing to prove to you anymore. You already took my money. Why do I have to take math again? Algebra again? I'm an English major. I am not here to count. I am here to read. And if you are going to make me do math, how about you teach me how to do accounting, how to fill out a W-2, how to fill out a 1099. Teach.
Oh my God, literally this. So 2 things that I had a problem with when it came to maths, right? And I still have a problem when it comes to with maths. It's like, algebra, what are we going to use this for, sir? Well, you might be an engineer and you might want to design factories to be built. And I immediately said, I never want to do that. I would rather fucking like die. I would literally rather die. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? I'm never going to build a factory. I don't want to build a factory. I don't want to be an engineer. Young sucks. Jordan Peterson loves Young. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, for sure. Hey, Emily, how's it going? Emily says, I feel conflicted because my therapist has largely been awesome, but her advice for dealing with all the stuff going on politically was to consume less of it, and I'm genuinely not sure if that's a good approach or not. It is. It is a good approach. Like, Twitter, definitely. Like, I go on about this all the fucking time. Getting off Twitter has helped my mental health so much. 1,000%. Just fucking get off Twitter, honestly. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not necessarily being ignorant, choosing not to consume certain types of content. It just depends when you are you have to try and figure out when you are feeling the most bad, right? When you are feeling the most bad about stuff. And it's like, okay, so like ask yourself, do I feel bad when I'm watching like a leftist Twitch stream? And listen, this is coming from a leftist Twitch streamer. If that's when you're feeling bad, then you got to stop. You got to stop watching it, right? And you got to consume your political content in another way that makes it easier for you to handle, right? If it's on Twitter, then Twitter is the one that you need to get rid of. If it's on YouTube, then you gotta stop watching stuff on YouTube, etc., etc. It's about what works for you, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's you have to ask yourself, like, okay, if I'm consuming political content and it's making me sad, why is it making me sad? Is it because lots of new bad things are happening every day, or is it because lots of bad things are already happening, or lots of bad things are already happening, and it's exacerbated by the amount of people I see talking about those things. Like, you know, for example, like, for me, things that terrify me, things like, you know, anti-trans news, you know, anti-queer news and shit like that. And for me, obviously, it's going to be easier for me to turn off the you know, the fears about the anti-trans stuff because I'm cis. It doesn't affect me directly. It does kind of affect me directly because the fucking love of my life is trans, and you know what I mean. I care a lot about her, but at the same time, it's like I know it's easier for me to turn off my like concerns about that, right? In a way that a trans person might not be able to. But the queer stuff, I can't because you're never going to put me back in the closet. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. And so I'm like, right, you know, I'm not going to go on Twitter because it's like, okay, I don't need to hear about the fucking Republicans like calling people groomers all the time. I don't need to hear about it because I know they're going to do it. And I know that they're calling us worse stuff behind closed doors. You know, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, I know that the bad shit is there. Like, the big chunk of the problem is homophobia, institutionalized queer phobia. So I know that exists. So I don't need to hear, like, fucking 100 people talking about it. Like, saying the same things, like going, oh my God, have you seen this? Oh my God, have you seen this? Can you believe this Republican senator said this? Yeah, I can. I can believe it. Of course I can fucking believe it. Do you know what I mean? What I need to know is how to stop it. And that's what I'm like obsessed with at the moment. I'm like, okay, so how do I help trans people? How do I help other queer people? How do I help like renters? How do I help, you know, homeless people, etc., etc., etc. It's about sort of like flipping it around and going like, okay, so I'm educated enough to the point where I know all the bad things that are happening. I know what's bad and I know where it comes from. So now I don't need to learn about all the extra bad things that happen as a result of that. What I need to know is how to deal with that in my community, essentially. So I hope that helps. But like, and the reason that I've like spent so much time in this is not just because of you, Emily. It's because I think that should help everybody in the community. Do you know what I mean? It's like I need. No, it didn't say it. No school unless you want to go. Thank you so much for the £10. I was really hoping it was going to say specifically for the food and the porn. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. No school unless you want to go. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and thank you for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that. But yeah, anyway, What was I gonna say? But I've been talking with my partner about consuming less of the things that ruin her day. We've both been doing that. It makes a difference. These platforms take you past your capacity. Yes, it's not normal and it's not natural for us to be processing so much information, especially negative information, all at once. It's not like this is like a very, very new thing, like doom scrolling and shit like that. It's a very new thing, and it is no wonder that leftists' fucking mental health is in the fucking pits when we're like literally doom scrolling on Twitter all the time, or like, you know. And part of it is like it's what's designed, like Capital designed shit like this to happen, because it's like, well, we need the engagement for ads. Blah, 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 blah. News exhaustion should be a medical condition if it's not already one. I agree. Oh my god, if we hit £11 more, we're going to hit today's goal. That's right. If 11 people donate £1, we'll hit today's goal. There you fucking go. Sometimes I'll put Twitch on mute in the background to give views while it all gets to be a bit too much. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I'm backing that. You got to do what's right for you. Outside this stream, I don't engage with news a lot. I appreciate that. I do try and make my stream, like, you know, positive, not just negative all the time, you know? Makes a ton of sense. For what it's worth, I find your streams to be the opposite. Usually make me feel better to know there's like-minded people out there. Hell yeah. I'm happy to hear it, Emily, honestly. Let's go. Personally, try and ask myself, am I learning something new or helping someone, or am I just doom scrolling or ruminating and feeding off the general Twitter anger? Most of the time, it's the latter. Yes, absolutely. Once you find a way to recognize those thoughts, you'll be able to, like, pinpoint when you feel like that, and you go, oh, I'm doing the thing. I'm doom scrolling. I'm doing the thing. So there you go. You will be able to point it out. I promise you. Yeah, you got to find a way in which you can make a difference. Yes. That's one of the reasons you never read newspapers. Yeah, 95% bad news. Yeah. Also refreshing to hear, given how hard it is to get certain groups of leftists to actually give a shit about trans issues. Right. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, you know. Oh, God. Yeah. Like, as leftists, we should really be thinking about, like, how society is treating the most vulnerable amongst us, and how society is treating trans women, especially trans women of color at the minute, is like, no one even cares. No one even cares. They get killed all the time. No one even cares. Do you know what I mean? And it's fucked. It's just fucked. So it strikes me as worrying when leftists do not, like... Gumba Master, thank you so much for the £10.25. That means we've hit today's goal, basically. Or a bit more. I think we might have hit a bit more. Whoa, yeah, because Vord has also donated £10.25. Speep it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donos, and thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Gang, if we can hit the £800 goal today, I'd fucking love that, but no worries if not. As far as I'm concerned, that's donos done for today. You fucking smashed it. Let's make the next 75 quid tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody, for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for almost getting me to my fucking monthly goal. You're all legends, and I appreciate every single one of you, especially those of you that sub off Twitch. Thank you. Thank you. But what was I saying? I was saying, I find it extremely worrying when you see leftists who do not talk about trans issues, because it's like, you know, we know that you know, trans people are the most under attack at the moment in pretty much across the board. So, you know, and not that there's like a level of like, oh my god, someone's oppression is more than others. I'm not trying to do oppression Olympics here or anything like that. You know, we all have our struggles, right? But like, the transphobia is so big that it's like, why are you not talking about this? Why are you not at least talking about this? You know what I mean? So anyway, where was I? Hello, Hilfa Ika Stinker. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but welcome to the stream. I'm just going to call you Hilfa. Family's been fortunate to be able to say our kid literally no school unless you want it. And last year, she finally said she wanted to attend school. It's been awesome. Not school, but that's been fine. But the choice has been awesome. That's dope. I love that for you, honestly. I love that for your kid. Yeah, everyone should be able to do that. Everyone should be able to do that. I don't doom scroll, I dopamine scroll, which is not great for me in another way. I know what you mean. I actually know what you mean. God damn it. Oh, Jesus. Especially when they also proclaim themselves as a major ally, but they won't even mention what's happening. Yeah, it's so stupid that, like, when people call themselves an ally. Like, you can't just be like, I'm an ally. Like, it really made me feel, like, special yesterday when we raided Ferociously Steph, and she was like, Muel is a great ally. And I was like, damn, I don't even think of myself as an ally. I don't even think about that word anymore. Do you know what I mean? I was like, fuck, that feels good. Anyway, you know, because you have to actually fucking do shit. You have to actually do shit. And I feel like the reason that, like, Steph calls me an ally is because she sees me do shit. You know what I mean? So it's one of them, like, you have to fucking do shit. And you shouldn't be doing shit to be, like, called an ally. You should do shit just because solidarity is, like, important and a good thing to do for other humans. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm digressing.
Me actual things that'll help me. There's
get back to the video.
Algebra,
Hey, Beanie
like
Gaby.
life math. The things
Yeah,
that
that's
are
right,
all
Shafiq.
numbers
Yeah.
that you need to know how to do. How to open a savings account. How to save 25% of everything you make if you have 1099. That would be useful. That would actually be helpful for people because I had to pay, just to let y'all know, learn a lesson from Auntie Princess. I had 1099s for the first time ever, where I had a bunch of them. I owed Joe Biden so much money because I did not know.
That's right,
that when it
Survived.
comes to 1099s, you don't pay taxes. You pay it after the fact. I thought that he was getting his money already. So now I find out that now I have to pay him everything he didn't get last year. And he has decided.
What? Popo? Are you kidding me? With the $75, with the 75 quid donation? Oh my God. Chat, we fucking done it. Popo, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for supporting the stream and getting me to my fucking dono goal for July. Holy fucking shit. Chat, let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Oh my God. That's it. It's unlocked. The Gandalf cosplay stream. It's happening. It's fucking happening. It's fucking happening. Gandalf cosplay extra stream. Oh my fucking God. You know what, chat? This calls for a celebration. This calls for a celebration. You know what time it is.
Pussycat, where have you been?
Let's see those dance emotes in the chat.
This week, but you know, my favourite place I've been to.
Stoke-on-Trent, oh yeah, to Stoke-on-Trent. Historic town on the River Trent. It's a vibrant mix of the great and the good. Like Reginald Spitfire Mitchell and Josiah Wedgwood. Come and lose yourself in the Pottery Shopping Centre. Why not try a snap at your oat cake? It's a culinary adventure. Come to Stoke-on-Trent and see just what it meant by that welcome phrase of
"Hey up, duck!"
You're in Stoke-on-Trent.
Oh my God, Ragdarjin, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Brundle Dog. Oh my God. Oh my God. Welcome everybody to the chat as well that's just come out of the lurk for us hitting the goal. Hello everybody, I hope you're doing well. Feel free to lurk again if you want. It's entirely up to you. You don't have to do anything. But Popo, thank you so much. Thank you so much for getting us to the dono goal. Really appreciate that. And thank you everybody who's donated this month. Thank you everybody who has subbed off Twitch. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All right. Stoked on Trent. We're stoked on Trent. Did you miss that cat? I missed that cat as well. Why does this song seem like it's going to unlock some suppressed memories? Yeah. That's right. All right, let's get rid of the dono goal bar.
Thankfully, I had a
Boom,
very
let's
nice
go.
Black Guinean accountant who sat down with me, help me get some deductibles up in there, put in some expenses to really bring it down, and really help me prepare of how to save and do better for next year. And I just think, like, if I had gone to school and they sat down, every time you
Do Ninja Fart says, "Hi, yo kids. Megan's Law website, which is a law website for sex offenders. Well, here's the thing, Do Ninja Fart. I am fucking your dad. I fuck your dad so hard that sometimes he bleeds a little bit. And it's a bit sad. It's a bit sad. He's just not ready for bottoming. You know what I mean? He simply can't take my girthy fucking horse cock. And that's a sad reality. And I think that, like, you need to be aware that when I come inside him, sometimes it comes out of his mouth. And L plus ratio, plus now he can't chat in the chat anymore. Plus I'm having sex with your dad. So there you go.
like about credit card debt, but no one teaches you about how to avoid just life debt of not knowing how to fill out the certain kind of papers. Teach people that. That'll take you farther along than anything else, is teaching kids how to actually balance the money that they should be making when they get out of college, or the money they won't be making when they get out of college. Either way, good information to have.
We need to do something about this elitism issue that we have when it comes to academia. That's the main reason why so many of the issues surrounding college, academia makes people mean. That's like the best way to put it. I'm sorry if I'm just kind of like rambling on.
It does. It literally does. I agree.
It's just bringing back really horrible memories, the way my teachers and a lot of my classmates treat.
Yeah, his dad begs me to come in him, even though he's too full of cum, and his ass is bleeding, and I'm like, no, this probably isn't a good idea. You should probably give it a rest for a week. But he will not stop texting me, I'm afraid. So there you go.
Treated me because of my decisions when it came to how I wanted to go about my college life. It's just making me very emotional at the moment, because I'm just like, there was nothing wrong with me going to community college for my first semester and then transfer over to a smaller university with
Thank you for the follow.
People and all of that jazz.
I'm glad you like it,
Hilf.
Hilf.
Down on that, because people were seeing it as like, at a real school, you're not, like, basically, like, people like, you're not going to a real school, you're going somewhere where you're not going to learn, yada yada yada. Like, people speaking on things that they don't know and don't understand. Like, you didn't go to this school, you can't tell me this.
It just hurts so good.
Nerd and whatever. People just need to be a lot kinder when it comes to people's decisions with how they choose to get there.
Yes,
degrees.
absolutely.
But also, people need.
So this sort of like speaks to the hierarchical nature of society, right? You have to be better than other people at all costs, right? You have to be better than other people at all costs. Do you know what I mean? If you can't be better than them by having more money than them, if you can't be better than them by being smarter than them, then you have to be like, no, sorry, you're going to a shit college, or you work as a bin man and that's bad for some reason, or you like, you know what I mean? All this shit, right? Has to be zero sum. Has to be zero sum. Rat race mentality. Yeah, absolutely, abso-fucking-lutely. And this is the thing that has to change. The paradigm has to change. It's not about being better than each other. You know, and leftists are still like this. Leftists are still like this. There are leftists out there who are like fully commie-pilled, fully anarchist, fully anti-fascist, right? And they still cannot get the fundamental paradigm shift that we like have to stop trying to be better than each other. And it's because it's super baked in to our society in so many different ways, so many different fucking ways. You You know, and a lot of it comes from like, you know, puritanical backgrounds, like, you know, the decades and decades and decades, centuries of, you know, people being Puritans in sort of like a religious sense, and then having that like passed down subliminally, you know, from our parents and their parents and their parents and their parents. And there's just so much, there's just so fucking much. And we have to do everything that we can to stop that paradigm and move into a new one, which is like, we have to have society that's based on love and care for your fellow human. Because that's all it is. It's as simple as that. Like, leftism is as simple as that. You can read Marx, you can read fucking Engels, you can read Lenin, you can read Ho Chi Minh, you can read fucking whoever the fuck you want. You can read Fanon, you can read Machno. But fundamentally, it comes down to loving and caring about your fellow human. You know? Centuries of Lutheran Protestantism fucked up my country. Right, yeah, exactly, yeah. Listen, we're happy to have you here, Hilf. I'm glad you found this channel and that you're enjoying it already, you know?
Learn how to mind a business. I am so big on minding your business. That is just something I wish people would understand. Why are you so concerned about somebody going to community college? Why are you so concerned about somebody living at home and commuting back and forth?
Because it makes you feel better than them.
Also working on the side because they're not able to fully focus on their degree because they have to go to work as well. Why does people wanting to do the more affordable route irritate y'all so bad? Mind your business.
Maybe formatting education more so in the idea of enlightening the electorate rather than commodifying on the electorate, because it's pretty apparent that the college industry, and it is a complex, the college industry is that of trying to make money off of it. SAT as an industry, like what's the companies called that basically disperses SAT? Scholastic and all of that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, College Board and all of them. Like that is a business. You know, all of that is a business. They are cashing out on people, on college hopefuls before they even get into college.
Yeah.
You know, so the fact of the matter is being honest with themselves and changing the model totally. If they really if college is really about informing the electorate and making them having a more intelligent and inquisitive electorate, then actually make decisions at the collegiate level and the administrative level that reflect.
Well, well, well. It appears we can actually pass after all. Cheeky smiley face.
Johnny, thank you so much for the £20. Thank you for donating off Twitch, even when the dono goal has been hit. Thank you so much. It's gone right up there. Maybe I'll think of a stretch goal for tomorrow. You know what I mean? Another thing that we could do on the Battle for Middle-earth 2 stream day. Like, holy fucking shit. The sats are based in eugenics and it's still standard. That's right. That's some extra porn. You're right, Hell to Pay. You're right. Yeah, maybe I could get like another stretch dono goal for tomorrow. Maybe we can hit, because now we're gonna be at like, we're at 809 after Popo's dono, right? We're at 809 after that. So then like 829. So then that would be like only another 70 quid to get to £900. And if I get £900, I could like chat. If I get £900 this month, I might be able to put £100 in a savings account. I might actually be able to save some money this month. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. Look, the dono goal's still there, so yeah, £829. Fucking hell. Imagine that. Imagine being able to save money for a rainy day. Oh my God. Saving money? What a concept.
Reflect that. But at this point and at this juncture, college is looking more like a business.
Like, I hated it so much because I was so ready to like do Twitch and YouTube full time, because I knew I was like, right, if anything goes wrong, I've got like a couple of grand in the bank. I had like a couple of grand in the bank left over from when I was working in COVID. And I was like, right, that's my rainy day money. But then the rainy day happened and I got COVID and I couldn't fucking stream and I couldn't make content. And it was literally like, oh, okay, well, that's gone now. Literally 2 months, fucked. So fucking shit, honestly. Can't believe it. So, you know, if I can build up to like saving money for a rainy day again, that'll be fine. I just have to like never go to anything. You know, I've got one of the masks anyway to prevent me from getting COVID. I've got like an N95 mask. My partner's got loads of N95 masks. So gonna be getting all them. Gonna be getting like half of them off her. So yeah. Living the dream.
Good for people to learn from. So I would definitely want to change that as well.
Rain doesn't stop you from streaming, actually. Yeah, true. Okay, here's another part we need to be paying attention to, definitely, as white folk, right? The effects of the college industrial complex on BIPOC.
I feel as though there are two main ways to be influenced by the college industrial complex as a person of color. You either are low-key radicalized, aka woke enough to critique the system you now have to participate in to be okay, or you become a hashtag capitalist of color. It's giving Candace Owens. It's also becoming a sales rep of the pull yourself up by your bootstrap mentality in a country with an abusive meritocracy that mentally, emotionally, and sometimes physically beats you blue. And you know it's hard to make people of color turn them blue and purple shades because of all the melanin. I'm gonna drill down even further to specifically speak to my experience of Black people who follow the latter jingle mentality. When you refuse to check your class privilege at the door in conversations discussing Black oppression, you sound like a white supremacist. Mostly because you're more than likely going to perpetuate white supremacist talking points while telling your skin folk that they should just work hard and go make oppression go bye-bye with capital. But criticism from this Black angle cuts even deeper than the white supremacist ramblings that fill the ears of Black people on a near daily basis. You, as a Black person that no longer has to worry about the tribulation of poverty, look like me and therefore share a bit of my experience. And that experience makes your words sound less hollow than those of racialized white counterparts. However, what I need you to know is that you saying the same things that have historically been used to oppress people that look like me, people that look like us, does not give them any more actual merit. It just makes you look like you don't care enough to care. A finding that has actually been proven through the scientific study of the wealthy's behavioral patterns. Now I know after the slight drag that I just gave you, the Black exception to a white rule, you might feel a few ways about me and what I have to say. That is why I'm going to give you a choice. You can go back to the way you were before watching this video, or you could begin to live like you care about the lived experiences of people that share experiences with you. The choice is yours, but either way, know that Black capitalism will not save us. If you choose to do something about your internalized anti-Blackness, please begin to invest in the Black community that made it possible for you to be where you are. I'm talking to non-Black people of color as well. Do this whichever way your community seems to demand it. I love seeing us in luxury, but I also love us enough to fight for others like us to have more opportunity. If you learn anything from this video, please use anything you garner from higher education to help your community. Higher education has its potential rewards, but it also has very real pitfalls. And if you do not enter its clutches informed, it can rip you apart in multiple different ways, whether it be through the disparity of the job market you thought you would be prepared for, or the lack of awareness of your own community's problems because of your shiny new socioeconomic class. It is a social institution that often does not deliver on its promises. Be informed and be ready. Also, if you're already in higher education or even a graduate, try and utilize your access to fight for your people them in your own way. Contribute to creating intergenerational spaces of support.
There's the link to the vid.
Institution we deserve. With that,
go and show some love to Victory the Creator. I'm like so fucking down. For more Victory content. This rocks. I love it. I love the message. I love the learning that we've all just done. Fucking hell yeah. The British Asian community has massive problems with anti-black racism. You know, Shafiq, the first time I ever like heard about that was like about 5 years ago or something, maybe more, when like one of my best mates and neighbors, who sometimes comes in the chat actually, Jam. So if you're listening, I hope you don't mind me using your lived experience as an example here. But he said that like, he finds it so fucking hard to get a taxi. He literally like cannot get a taxi, like ever. And the majority of taxi drivers in the UK are like Asian, British Asian in it. And I was like, what the fuck? Because I had like a very baby understanding of racism. In fact, like a very ignorant understanding of racism back then. I was like, you know, not exactly like perfect in my understanding of it, and I was like, well, I don't ever think a white person is going to be perfect in their understanding of it, but you know what I mean, like I didn't really understand a lot of the ins and outs of it that I do now. And he was like, yeah, like sometimes I legit like put my hood up, because Jam had like, you know, dreadlocks, black guy dreadlocks, and he would like put his hood up. And if a fucking taxi would pull up, he said, yeah, I know it's bad, but like sometimes I literally put on an Indian accent to try and get a cab. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, bro, that fucking sucks. Like, what the hell? Like, I wouldn't even comprehend that. You know, that was mad. That was just so mad.
I have successfully completed another video. Until the next one.
Up.
Remember that you can always change your mind. Shout out Khadijah. Bye.
Hell yeah, Victory. Let's fucking go. So there you go. Like literally go and subscribe, like, play the video alongside the stream in a muted tab or whatever, you know. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how we support our friends. That's how we support our leftist content creators. Love me some Victory. That's the first video I've seen by Victory. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal moves. Yeah, almost at 1,000 likes. Let's get Victory. Listen, the amount of people in this chat could get Victory to 1,000 likes on this video. 100%. 100%. It can happen. It could happen. Okay, chat. We got some weird guy. We got some weird guy in Woods videos coming for you. I hope you're fucking ready for this, chat. It's time for a little bit of candy. It's time for a little bit of candy. We've done the learning. We've done the news. We've done all that nonsense. It's all done now, right? It's time to watch some funny shit. Which is a shame because this guy is actually based. The guy that we're gonna have a little laugh at now. It's the most wonderful time of the stream. Yeah, that's right. Weird guy in Woods content is what brings us all in. That's it. That's what people come here for. This is what you come here for, people. Weird guy in Woods. This guy's not necessarily a goblin or a goblin guy. That and the ghost streams. People don't like my ghost streams. Not everybody. Some people do, but not everybody. Alright, content warning for feet. There's actually just going to be like a lot of feet in this video. You know? There's legit just going to be a lot of feet in this video, and I know that some people can't like handle that, and that's okay. That's normal. This is a guy called Rob Greenfield. We watched a video of his last night on how to farm things, but only if you're in Florida. So now he's going to be talking about why feet are a prison. I did say feet. Yes. I know that your sound may be weird, but I did say feet. It's this guy. Are you going to go head off for tonight? All right, Shafiq. No worries, love. Thank you so much for being here. Broad range of opinions on feet. That's right. Yeah, that's right. There's a broad range of opinions here. But anyway, we're diving right in. Let's have a look and see what he's got to say. This video is called Why I Almost Never Wear Shoes, The Many Benefits of Walking Barefoot. That's right. You heard. You heard, Prince.
Hey everybody, Rob Greenfield here, and today I'm going to talk to you about my barefoot life. And of course...
It's already great. It's already great. Oh, dude, get your fucking dusty ass feet away from the camera. Right, that's what I'm saying. I said this yesterday. Like, what about the broken glass? What about the needles? Like... Oh man! Just so everybody's aware, right? Just so everybody's aware. Lyra, one of the community members here from the Donald John Old Muel stream, did a bit of research on this guy last night, and he's like pretty based all around. You know what I mean? In like a lot of ways, we think he might be like an anti-vaxxer. Not sure, but. Yeah. My barefoot life. Come for the political analysis, stay for the foot fetish. Listen, I am not broadcasting these feet for a foot fetish. Because that could just, like, get me banned and shit. But, you know what I mean. Anyway, let's fucking go. Let's see what's going down.
Usually am. I have been for about the last decade. And today I'm going to talk to you about why I'm barefoot, the benefits of being barefoot, and... what maybe...
Wait, he's had hookworms at least once. I got them being barefoot in Central Florida when I was a kid. And that's a very small part of your life. He might even have hookworms now. What are hookworms? What are they? What do they do? Okay, I'm not going to show you this, chat, because you're not going to enjoy this. Oh, my feet are going weird. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, don't Google hookworms, chat. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Oh, nah. Oh, there's so many grim pictures. Okay, yeah, listen, I am not going to show you that shit. No fucking way.
You could get out of it too. And if I could sum that up in one thing, the reason why...
They got razor teeth. They got razor teeth and they burrow into your foot and they go... Brrr. Oh, fucking gross. Gross.
Believe
into your intestines
work. I believe that hundreds of thousands of years of evolution has it more figured
Goblin,
out
I feel so bad for you.
100 years of humans and shoes. But there's a lot more to it than that, so stay tuned and I'll share it all.
Nah, dude, this is nuts. This is nuts. We figured this out on like stream last night. That like the first time that shoes have been found were like in Egypt, like 4000 BC or some shit like that. He's wearing clothes. I know he's literally wearing clothes. Why did you Google that? I told you not to. I know, Niakanois. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, it's not like tiny holes. It's just it's not lots of tiny holes. It's just like you know. Yeah, humans didn't evolve to handle needles and like, listen, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Now, I last night had a take, which is that we do need to like incorporate nature more into science and shit like that, right? And I stand by that take. But there's nuance to that discussion, right? You know what I mean? Like, people say things like, oh, clothes aren't natural. We didn't evolve to have clothes. It's like, mate, we evolved thumbs, which meant that we can make clothes. And then our brains evolved to tell us that clothes are a good idea. So, you tell me what's natural and what isn't. You know what I mean? Anyway.
So, I haven't always been barefoot. I have to be honest, I think always there's been a little bit of an interest at least. Even when I was in high school growing up in northern Wisconsin with frigid cold.
And by the way, in your own gaff or in places where it's safe, no worries. You go ahead and be as barefoot as you like. Suck on a foot, fuck a foot. I don't give a fuck what you do consensually. You know what I mean? Get that shit done. That's fine and it's normal to do so. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Thank you for the follow during the foot content. Yeah, exactly, Petra P. Exactly, yeah. Clothes were invented before Homo sapiens evolved. Right, exactly, yeah. Exactly. But, like, when you're outside, like, there are animals that, like Goblin Ogre said, will just, like, burrow into your feet and give you diseases and shit. And, you know, god damn it. It's just so silly.
Winters, I seem to remember trying to go outside barefoot, and I seem to remember going to parties in college in my sandals, even in the middle of winter.
No one should be sucking on his foot. Yeah, don't suck on this guy's feet. Don't suck on this guy's feet. Even if you have a foot fetish and you love this guy and you want to marry him, like, don't be sucking on his feet. Don't be doing it.
A part of me. But it wasn't until my early 20s.
Fetus, I see.
In That's right. New Zealand and Australia, and I had a mentor. I was doing a study abroad program, and this guy, his name's Gary.
Yeah,
he's from Tasmania, a pretty wild guy, and we'd be climbing over mountains on our hikes, and this guy would be doing it barefoot.
It was not until my early 20s.
I was in New Zealand and Australia, and
so what you're telling me, bro, is that when you were in the country, not New Zealand, because New Zealand's not as bad, but when you were in the country, at least you mentioned 2 countries, but like one of them is the country where there are so many things, so many beasties, that if you stand on them, you might just die. And you had a guy who you were knocking around with called Gary, and you thought, this guy is smart. This guy is smart. I'm gonna do exactly what he's doing. He's not wearing shoes.
I had a mentor. I was doing a study abroad program, and this guy, his name's Gary. He's from Tasmania, a pretty wild guy, and we'd be climbing over mountains on our hikes, and this guy would be doing it barefoot.
Nuts. Insane. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? That's a death wish. Just from the pub. Gary from the pub. Zanzibar Twitch says, Australians have a massive barefoot culture. Bollocks. Absolute bollocks. Source. Give me a source. Permitting you in the chat right now. Show me your sources. Where are your sources? Absolutely true, mate. I want to see a source. I want to see a source. I know Australians, by the way. Gary was a pretty wild guy. We're going to need a definition for wild. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Everything we were doing, whether it was climbing or hopping over rocks or walking through town, this guy was barefoot.
Oh my god, a YouTube link? Let's have a look. What is this?
If people are asked to...
What the fuck? Get the fuck out of town.
Typify aspects of Australian culture. Barefoot would be in there.
It's been called one of the weirdest, perplexing, odd, unexplainable Australian cultural habits.
There's a strain that runs through Australian culture. You can go barefoot and say, in so doing, I am living out Australian culture.
Now, this might seem like an ordinary habit to everyday
This is fucking insane. What the fuck?
Australians, but actually, it's not so normal to other people around the world.
Yeah, I got owned. I got comstered and dumpstered in the marketplace of ideas. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you debated me and won.
There isn't a shoe shortage in Australia, and it doesn't take much effort to put on a pair of shoes. So do Australians really love their land so much they don't need any layers between it and their feet?
Feet are a funny thing. You know, and most people don't like feet. And I think that it's just something that we shouldn't be promoting or drawing attention to.
You're a barefoot walker? In Australia, you do this in Australia. Aussies have the BBC, of course they do, because we fucking colonized Australia, yeah.
The truth is, for most of human existence, everyone was barefoot. Humans started wearing shoes about 40,000 years ago, so why did Australians begin to take them off?
Australia marketed itself to the migrants it needed. There was a need for workers and inhabitants. So how do you attract someone from a cold, damp tenement building in Glasgow or in Manchester or in London? Well, you show them images of life down under, and that involves the privilege, if you like, of going barefoot. You can leave.
Oh my God. So you're literally right. So this is literally a thing that like hippies are like, yeah, this is fucking sick. Like this is the way nature intended it. Like I abso-fucking-lutely doing this all the fucking time. But it's literally something that capitalism invented to try and get people to move to Australia so they could have a more exploitable workforce. Jesus fucking Christ.
Leave your miserable life behind. Come and make a new life in a new world.
The whole year round you may surf and swim and sunbathe. Cool Pacific breezes temper our summers, while bright sunny days...
Look, as I've said to you before, if you're going to go barefoot in a place where you know it's safe, like Zanzibar Twitch is saying, in the UK, only on hikes, fuck doing it in cities. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's cool. That's cool as fuck. Like, as long as you know you're not gonna, like, fucking, you know, injure yourself or anything like that, great, right? Great shit. But, like, don't sit there and say to me that, like, this is the way that human nature it's intended. Like, this is where it's supposed to be. Like, we're supposed to do this. No, capitalism made Australians do this. They made us. Fucking Australians were gaslighted into thinking that barefoot is good. You know what I mean?
Mark our incomparable winter.
Hey, Fish, how you doing?
Then the culture developed of removing your shoes as a sign that you've left the Northern Hemisphere behind. This is a new country, sun-loving, fun-loving place.
That's fair enough, Zanzibar. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? Like, as long as you don't bullshit and just be like, oh, it's better for your feet. It will prevent foot cancer or some shit. Do you know what I mean?
Footwear and embrace the land.
And not only have Australians cast off their footwear and...
Toby2 says you can safely walk barefoot on broken glass. Go for it. Go for it. Do a YouTube video. Make a YouTube video.
Embrace the
Go
land.
for it.
They've embraced the leisure lifestyle. There isn't a lot of everyday activities you can't do barefoot. You can go into stores and supermarkets. You can buy your fruit and vegetables. You can even go into liquor stores. In fact, you can go just about anywhere in public, unless there's a dress code. And the Australian dress code is very casual.
Nah, you're literally... Nah, I'm just banning you because you just literally feel like you're just too young for this stream because you're just being too fucking weird. Anyway, see you later.
Well, we are a rather relaxed country, and I think that's just
got bad vibes from that guy. Do you know what I mean? Just bad vibes. You know.
Due to the wonderful climate that we have.
As soon as you start, you know, you want to make a couple of jokes, that's fine. But then being like, "Oh, it's good for your feet," I promise. Like really leaning into it. That's just like really bad vibes.
However, I think some of our relaxed ideals have become a little sloppy. Even just walking around the streets or into shopping centres, you know, I just think wearing shoes is appropriate. Some of the places where I have seen terrible barefootedness is, you know, obviously on aircrafts, in a cinema, the library, you know, cafes, restaurants.
40,000 years, I just realised that shoes and Europeans are about the same age. Yeah, that's right.
Places that you should never see your feet.
But Australian feet have also taken the world stage. Our cricketers participate in earthing, we've pioneered barefoot bowls, barefoot water ski jumping, and we even have...
Stop. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
We've pioneered barefoot bowls, barefoot water...
Who is wearing shoes doing ski jumping? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck are you on about? Don't fucking gaslight me into being like, Australians invented barefoot water skiing, barefoot swimming. Fuck off.
Water ski jumping. And we even have a world-famous children's entertainer from the Wiggles. And if that's not enough, the founder of the barefoot movement is also Australian.
Oh, this guy is going to be so crusty. This guy is going to be the crustiest guy in the entire fucking world. Oh my God.
The benefits of being barefoot are increased power output, better
fucking shut up.
Alignment, better muscle activation. We have over 200,000 nerve endings in our feet. And
now this is the shit I have a problem with. This is the shit I have a problem with. Yeah, going barefoot, increased power output, increased muscle thickness. You're gonna, yeah, it's sick. There's so many nerve endings in the feet. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. Like, you go and walk barefoot wherever you want. Don't just make shit up about it. And this guy, again, like the people who like convinced people in Australia to convince people in the UK to move to Australia because you have like literally be like, you know, oh, you don't have to wear shoes. It's sick, right? You know, shoes get rid. Oh, you have to buy new shoes. Oh, fuck, you don't have to do any of that in Australia, mate. It's sick. I didn't tell anyone about like the scorpions and shit, and everyone was just like, yeah, sick. That's a great idea, you know. And he's doing the same shit. Like he's gonna be like, yeah, join the barefoot society. Join the barefoot society. It costs £1,000 a year. You know what I mean? I have my own beliefs about barefoot being safe and not gross. I'd be fine if everyone's barefoot all the time. I encourage others to try it. I'm not going to do it in public and make other people uncomfortable, tell them pseudoscience. Yeah, that's fine. That's literally fine. This sounds like something Thought Slime would make a video about. Yeah, I'm going to tell Mildred. I'm going to DM Mildred after the stream.
being
1,000%.
shoes lets those nerve endings give our brain feedback, getting back to
Australians invented the barefoot foot massage.
a natural state, and using our body how it was meant to be used is really beneficial. And it's
Bro, if we were like using our body how it was meant to be used, we would just like shit on the floor. Using our body how it was meant to be used, never brush your teeth, never get any surgery. Take your clothes off, by the way. Why are you wearing clothes? No glasses. You know, if you become disabled, no walking aids, nothing like that. Like this is what starts people down the rocky road to eugenics. Like that, this is literally like the start of the rocky road to eugenics. Like believing that like nature is like the be all and end all. Like it's absolutely fucking nuts. Yeah, no fucking what do you call it? No epidurals. No epidurals if you're gonna give birth. Sorry, natural birth only. You know, just squat down on the ground and then the woman dies. Because no healthcare. You know what I mean? Nerves give our brains feedback. All nerves do that. Yeah, why does the foot matter more? You know? I'll admit I spent a good number of my life on the commune barefoot, but I always thought it was dangerous and it hurt more. Listen, it doesn't matter. Like, you could do whatever you want. Like, honestly, I hope people really understand that it's like I'm saying here. I'm not wearing shoes right now. I'm literally not wearing shoes right now. I'm not saying we need to wear shoes all the fucking time. I'm just saying that, like, it's not like there's a false dichotomy here of saying that, like, wearing shoes is bad or, like, being barefoot all the time is bad. Do you know what I mean? You've got, like, 50% of the community pulling this stuff out of their ass and the other 50% of us are, like, bare feet on grass go burr. And that's fine. Do you know what I mean? That's literally fine. Like, you know, oh, God damn it.
really starting to get some traction. There's a lot more research now going into barefootedness.
All that money, all that research that's going into this, like, guy thinking that, like, yeah, being barefoot is good is just, like, it's another, like, symptom of white people being like, hang on a minute. Thousands of years ago, people who literally, like, lived on the land, understood the land, our ancestors, you know, indigenous people in, like, every regard, Like, most indigenous people invented shoes or a kind of shoe. But I, as a white person, am smarter than them. And so we're going to put millions of dollars into research to prove that I'm right. 100%. It's this fucking absurd white supremacist knowledge boy nonsense. You know what I mean? Hey, Alejandro, what's going on? Some of this is legit eco-fascist talking points. Right, exactly. So ridiculous. I can't believe this shit. The fucking BBC. Of course the BBC is covering this shit. What have you clipped? What is this? Take your clothes off, by the way. Why are you wearing clothes? Listen, you clipped that out of context. I didn't do that. I didn't mean that.
It's growing here in Australia. It's growing all around the world.
Okay, so is it true there are barefooters everywhere in Australia?
Australia is a...
You know what, like, another thing, chat, like, it feels really good to, like, walk on the grass with your feet. You know what else feels good? Rubbing your cock on the grass. You get your cock out and, like, rub it on some, like, soft grass. I bet that feels good. Like, get your ass on it, like, rub your ass on the grass. Like, that feels good, too. You know what I mean? Of course, like, fucking, like, taking your clothes off and, like, having your skin touch things is nice. Like, of course it is. Of course it is. You know? Like, obviously, like,
highly urban society, one of the most urban societies in the world.
Clip that out of context.
The idea that everyone in Australia will kick off their shoes at the first opportunity. Most people choose to live in large cities.
Scoot around on the ground like a dog with an itchy bum.
There's a fantasy first about the bush.
Yeah, rubbing your cock on the grass, that increases your power output. That's right. You know what this is? You know what this is? This is like similar shit. Oh my god, chat. What is that one? What is that? Who is that guy who did that? Who's the right winger who was literally like, you have to, like, get your knob out and expose your testicles to the sun. And that's how you get, you know, that's how you get more sex power or some shit. Was that Nick Fuentes? Yeah, this is like when people get into weed and they believe that smoking weed fixes everything. I'll never forget the story that a friend of mine told me that, like, her mum had cancer and her mum was like, don't worry, I'm just going to smoke a load of weed and it'll be fine. And she just died. It made her cancer worse because she was smoking fucking weed. Smoking a thing. Like carcinogens in your fucking body. Do you know what I mean? Tucker Carlson had the guy on. Yeah, who was that guy? Tucker Carlson ran a segment with him. Tucker Carlson, penis sun exposure. Testicle tanning. Like this thing, this guy. It's this kind of shit. It's this kind of shit. It's this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? It's so absurd. There's a lot more people, unfortunately, believing that even more nowadays. If you're gonna eat weed in, like, coconut oil or something instead, then fair enough. But if you burn something and you create carcinogens and that goes into your body, of course it's going to make cancer fucking worse. Especially if it's lung cancer. You know? Is he using a machine? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? Anyway.
Bush is celebrated.
Fuck the lamp machine.
Live there. And there's also the idea of the beach. The beach.
Oh, this is nuts, chat. This is fucking nuts. I can't believe people think...
So let's break this down.
Oh, God.
Despite being a bush and beach-loving culture, 90% of Australians live in urban cities. While not entirely uncommon to see barefooters in these cities, most barefooting happens around beaches, parks, or indoors.
Doesn't Australia also have those, like, animals in the water that, like, if you stand on them, they, like, shoot a fucking thing into your foot, like, and it, like, makes your foot swell to 5 times its original size?
In Australia,
I have no idea how this is literally, like, capitalist brainwashing has, like, probably caused the deaths of so many Australians because they just don't have shoes on. Stonefish, right? Stonefish.
Work and leisure. You work hard, and then you're free.
You work hard and then you're free? Jesus Christ. Didn't they say that in, like, Auschwitz?
Going barefoot.
Work makes you free?
God.
God.
Being closer to nature.
There's also the deadliest jellyfish. Wait, no. Is that right? I thought it was the Portuguese man of war.
Very different from the original colonial...
The blue ring octopus, innit? Yeah. That motherfucker could kill you.
Culture of Britain. People are freer, much less protocol. And the symbol of that is to decide not to wear shoes because...
Wait a minute. Did they, like, force the Jews and the queers and, like, the Roma to, like, not wear shoes in concentration camps? Is that not, like, a thing that happened? Oh no, it's not that. It was the no. It was that sometimes people would, like, not have a pair of shoes. Like, sometimes people would lose shoes and they would, like, steal shoes off people. I remembered that, well, the mountains of shoes were just because people had been murdered. So maybe in some concentration camps. Yeah, if your shoes got fucked, you got no shoes at all. That's right, Juice. Yeah. Absolutely.
Because you're having fun, you're at leisure. And
people are free. Yeah, it's wild when white people just make these statements. I know, yeah.
It's a leisure culture.
So whether you love or loathe going barefoot, when you're in Australia, you can kick off your shoes.
Oh, no way,
and
Thora.
your
That's
feet can
fucked.
enjoy a little freedom.
Box jellyfish, yeah.
I don't even not wear shoes at home. You know, I just don't not have. Do you not wear shoes?
Yep. I'm barefoot right now.
Wait. I'm trying to figure out the double negative of that. I don't even not wear shoes. I don't not wear shoes. Right, she's saying she does wear shoes. I can't fucking believe this, chat. Generally, listen, I'm so shocked. I have to go for another wee. I have to go for, like, another wee. Right. Back in a tick. All right. Okay. Yeah, we covered the Pope going to Canada the other day. Yeah. Sorry for the sidetrack. No. I appreciate it, Zanzibar. I appreciate it. So far, all I'm learning from this video is the privilege of these people is crazy as fuck. Juice, it's nuts. We're not even 10% through this guy's video.
And I saw that, and it just intrigued me.
I'm doing good,
and I
cheers,
thought,
Juice, yeah.
Hey,
Let's
if Gary can do this, then I have to be able to as well. So I started to take my shoes off and walk with Gary. And at first...
And then I came home to Florida and I got hookworm. Oh, my feet are going weird just thinking about it.
Maybe I'd only make it a half mile or a mile, but pretty quickly I was making it a little bit more and a little bit more. And that's what I did. I started off small and built it up and built it up. A few years later, I remember I was in Northport, New York, and there was a 10K, the Cow Harbor 10K. And I had never run a competitive 10K. That's 6.
Bro, are you running? Are you running? Bro, are you running 10K with no shoes on? Are you fucking, what the fuck? I'm like, look, do you know how hard it is to run 10K with shoes on? Do you know, like, the weight of your body, like, slamming down on your joints and then on your feet and shit like that? And, like, fuck me, man. Because you're not doing a 10K on grass, are you? You're not doing a 10K on grass. You're doing a 10K on tarmac. You're running down roads and shit. No, that's fair enough, Zanzibar, for sure. That's fine.
Kilometers. I'm not really a competitive person, but I decided, hey, I'm going to do this and I'm going to try to...
Well, we said that, I said that, Juice, because we were talking about hookworms before, because some of the people in the chat who live in Florida where he lives, or like where he grew up or some shit, or he does live there because he had a farm there or something. He like fucking, you know... The people from Florida were saying, like, yeah, there's a bunch of hookworms everywhere. And I got, like, Goblin was saying that they got a hookworm when they were a kid. There's also burrowing shrimp. Tiny things in tidal pools that eat into your skin. Oh! Oh! Oh my fucking god. Your feet get really strong, by the way. Perfectly possible to run on asphalt once your calluses are strong enough. Listen, listen, Zanzibar. That's fine. If you want to have fucking hobbit feet, if you want to like go up a shoe size, that's up to you. No problem. No problem. I personally, my feet already difficult to manage. Already difficult to manage. Hard to clean. There's no fucking way that I want like big fucking like calluses on my feet. Not to mention the Florida leeches. I know. I was about to say that we might have evolved to run on dirt and sand, but doing this in the street will fuck up your joints. It will fuck up. Listen, even when you wear shoes, it fucks up your joints. Doesn't matter going up a shoe size if you don't wear them. But you said you wear them in fucking in the city and shit. Listen, we're debating now, me and you. We're debating in the marketplace of ideas. Anyway.
Do it barefoot and see what happens. So I started out in the back of the pack thinking that I would be pretty slow with everybody else having shoes and wanting to take it easy. And I started out and I just found myself passing dozens and dozens and then hundreds and hundreds of people. And I finished the race in about 44 minutes, I think it was. It was the fastest that I've ever ran, you know, really one of the fastest I've ever ran in my entire life. And it was barefoot. So what happened was I just found myself continuously exceeding what I thought that I could do with my body. And
Okay, if that's true, why are all the Olympic sprinters not doing it barefoot? Why are they not doing it barefoot? That's what I want to know. Why is Mo Farah not doing it with no shoes on?
Found my body working naturally, and I found myself working within the boundaries that I had with my body. And I just grew into
Foot
it.
shame.
Now, a lot of people, they can understand walking barefoot, you know, at the beach or maybe in a nice field or hiking in a, you know, smooth place.
Yep.
But I go barefoot pretty much everywhere, even in the streets of New York. Or
Bro, you're insane. You're insane. The streets of New York, you're gonna get disease. Bro. He said the streets of New York. Oh, bro.
in the alleys, I'm generally always barefoot.
Oh,
now,
my
I put on
God.
shoes sometimes, of course, especially when I'm visiting colder climates. But generally, my goal is to try to be barefoot as much as I possibly can. So, being barefoot for me is definitely about freedom. I get a great sense of freedom from being barefoot. But it's about...
He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's just like, I get a sense of freedom. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I stand in, like, you know, toxic waste or a needle or broken glass or, like, I don't know. Like, okay. Here's another thing. Like, what if it's very hot? What if it's very fucking hot? Okay, Zanzibar, you might be able to answer this. But that's one thing I remember from, like, going on holiday to really hot places is that, like, even, like, on sand, on beaches, you can't, like, put your feet on it. You just can't. It's too hot. Do your calluses protect you from heat? Maybe, possibly, I don't know. I guess they do. I guess they probably do. I hope he has slips for when he needs to pee. No, this guy, he doesn't need toilets. He just like pisses as nature intended. He just pisses as nature intended. He just, like, you know, pulls up his shorts and just lets the wang out, you know? That's what he does. Wasn't the plague... Wait, what? I've burned my feet on beach sand? Yeah, it's hard. It's so bad. Yeah, you need protection. The plague was running around New York a few years back. I don't know, probably. I don't know.
So much more than that. For me,
he digs a new hole every day.
Allowing my feet to do what they've been designed to do. So there's a couple...
What do you mean design? What are you fucking talking about design?
Things that I want to talk about that I'd like you to think about. First of all, let's talk about the modern shoes.
He's a god hippie, isn't he? He's a god hippie. He's like one of these hippies that's, like, done so much acid that he thinks he's, like, spoken to God, and God is actually like, don't wear shoes. Don't get vaccines. You know? Shit like that.
And we'll start with arch support. So, arch support,
bro.
This is your arch right here.
You can just do that if you, like, don't wear shoes at home. Like, just don't wear shoes at home.
And the idea of arch support is it supports that arch. Now, the problem...
Also, I've got flat feet. I was born like that. I've got flat feet. This shit doesn't fucking work for me. This shit doesn't fucking work for me. There's loads of people who've got, like, weird, messed up feet. You know what I mean? Like, I've got weird, messed up feet. Like, feet are just, like, one of those bits of the body that is just, like, you know what I mean? Seconds away from turf energy. Right, exactly. Shoes are his arch enemy. Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah, having flat feet sucks. I've got no arch. I'm just literally, like, my feet are, like, on the ground.
Problem with that, if you've ever broken a bone and had to wear a cast or know a friend who has, what you've seen is that by not using something, it atrophies.
Oh, bro, a fucking arch of your foot does not atrophy like a muscle. That's not how the fucking arch of your foot works anyway, even if you've got one. It's like a fucking bunch of cartilage and shit like that.
And the problem...
There are no like exercises in the gym that you do for the arch of your foot.
That I see with arch support is when you support...
Bro, I'm gonna do my nose exercises in the gym tomorrow. I can't wait to, like, get a beefy fucking nose.
The arch, it doesn't have to do.
Listen. If you don't work out your nose, it will atrophy and it will just collapse in on itself. That's what happened to Michael Jackson. That's what happened to Michael Jackson, by the way.
Do its job anymore, and it atrophies. So these modern shoes actually can create weaker feet, and it's not.
What? Shoes, they just make your feet weak. All these like fucking snowflakes, all these snowflakes just like wearing shoes and shit. Like, oh goddamn, you know. These guys really piss me off. They're passionate and so am I, but when they waffle pseudoscience and make thousands of people go, oh, fuck off, you get people turning down something they might have otherwise tried. Well, listen, this is why I'm saying to everybody, like, literally, like, you know, yeah, like, walk barefoot in places where it's safe and shit like that. Like, it's a fun thing to do, you know what I mean, and enjoy it. But, like, don't just go around and being, you know, why is he doing this? It's like the manosphere, but with no stakes. Yeah, I don't mind my weak feet, actually. Yeah, you gotta exercise your ears, otherwise it atrophies, yeah. Yeah. Eye workouts, that'll increase your eyesight, that's right. That's right.
Not just the arch, it's the muscles, it's the ligaments, and it's the tendons.
I wonder if he uses mitts when operating an oven.
Of muscles, ligaments, and
tendons. Oh no, he doesn't use ovens, Orange. He doesn't use ovens. He just uses, you know, he just eats all of his food raw. That's how God intended. That's how it was designed. That's nature's way.
Than many parts of our body. And wearing these shoes...
Oh, hang on. Actually, Juice, you can exercise your asshole. You can actually... Your asshole is actually a muscle. It's like a sphincter muscle, isn't it? So that's... that. You sadly can't do the atrophy joke about your asshole. Because you do actually work out your asshole all the time when you pee. Next time you have a pee... become aware of your butthole, and you'll realize we work it out even when we pee. So there you go.
That give that
today you learned
support actually allow for the feet to not have to.
Imagine if you just like didn't shit or piss for super long, and you were just like, your butthole atrophied, and then like the next time you ate something, it just came like spilling out. Like, you can't shit. Like, you got no control. It just, like, spills straight out. You know?
Be strong and not have to be able to do what they naturally do. Now, it doesn't just end at the feet, though. Of course, we know everything about us is intricately connected. It's very easy to remove things and say, this is your eye and that's your foot, and it has
Bro, what is he talking about? What is he on about?
Absolutely nothing to do with each other, but of course we know that's not true.
What do you mean? What do you mean your eye is connected to your foot? Go out, go, what? I can't even tell this guy to go outside because he's outside too much. Too much. Listen, chat, this is what happens when you touch too much grass. This is what happens when you touch way too much grass and smoke it. All day, every day.
Everything is intricately connected. So when your feet aren't working in that natural way and you have that support,
30% of people are flat-footed. Right, exactly.
It can throw off your lower back.
Hey, Dawn
throw off your
Sefer.
back. And so these shoes can actually cause not just foot problems, but problems throughout your whole body.
Shoes out here causing cancer. Listen, if you wear too much shoes, that's why you get cancer. That's why people get cancer. Just wearing shoes. Too much shoes. He's more grass than man at this point. Yeah, go inside. Touch concrete. Literally touch concrete.
So for me,
I'm waiting for him to mention positive charge. Yeah, is that the thing like earthing? Is that what they talk about? Like earthing? You get like a positive charge from the earth or some shit?
Barefoot is about allowing my body to work as it has been designed over hundreds of thousands of years. Another thing that's really special about the feet
Bollocks
is the
on
feet
toast.
have more nerve endings
Touch
in
socks.
the bottom of our feet than most other parts of our body. I have to imagine.
Right, I wonder why. We've got so many nerve endings on our feet. as bipedal mammals. I wonder why. Would it be to like detect things that like are going to hurt our feet that could possibly like cut us and kill us, or like, you know, parasites and insects that will infect us and give us a disease? The foot is the clitoris of the leg. Panda. Yeah, he just touched his feet and now his mouth. Okay, that's the foot. That's the funniest shit ever. The foot is the clit of the leg.
Imagine that the lips would have more.
Oh, dude, he's low, bro. Oh,
most other parts of.
He's really fingering that leg, really fingering that foot.
I have to imagine.
Oh, bro, that's so crusty. That's so crusty. He's getting E. coli. That's E. coli straight there, bro. Straight there. He stood in dog shit an hour ago.
The lips would
He's
have
getting E.
more
coli.
nerve endings, for example. They're so sensitive.
He's into it.
Of all the places of our body, this has
foot and mouth
one
disease.
of the highest concentrations of nerve endings. Now, why would that be?
Chat, I'm losing it.
Why would that
I'm
be
losing
the
it.
case if they were designed to just be stuck inside of a foot? My belief is that the shoes cut off the body's ability to receive information.
What? What did he just say?
The case if they were designed to just be stuck inside of a foot. My belief is that the shoes cut off the body's ability to receive information.
Okay, information like pain? right, exactly. Like, the information of getting stabbed by a needle, the information of being, like, you know, attacked by hookworms. Like, I can't even... Of course it does. Like, imagine saying, like, you know what this guy's done, right? You know what this guy's done? He's done it again. He's done, like, the white guy thing of, like, okay, you know, thousands of years of evolution, but I, a white guy, have discovered that if you put something in between, now stay with me here, chat, if you put something in between your foot and the ground, that will prevent your foot from fully being able to touch the ground. Like he's just like other science. It's just he's like thinking that he's understanding more science. Like he's doing more science. He's doing more science. He's like, I'm figuring out science. I'm inventing science. Hey TTK, how you doing? TTK, you came here at the most insane time. Yeah, stands on a syringe. Oh, every day's a school day. Right, exactly, yeah. I swear to God. I swear to God. Right, it helps with balance. That's the reason that gymnasts perform barefoot. Right, that's literally it. Right, exactly.
So when I'm running barefoot and I'm walking barefoot, my body is able to receive all of that information and have me be more connected to my surroundings.
Okay, here's another thing as well, right? I've got ADHD. Sometimes when things are too much for me, when there's too much stimulation going on, I get extremely angry. Like I rage the fuck out, right? If you think that my brain needs more stimulation than already what's going on, which is like I pay attention to literally every little fucking detail, you're having a fucking giggle, mate. There's no way that I want like more information coming up here when I'm doing something as simple as like go in the shops. No thanks. No thanks. I do not want the going to the shops to turn into the like generation game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to become like Ninja Warrior, Takeshi's Castle. You're trying to process it all at once, and it's like, you know, Where do you find these guys, Muel? It's all in my recommended. But someone said, like, I think it was B-Rat said yesterday, he was like, yeah, this is the guy that, like, doesn't wear shoes. It's nuts. This shit is nuts. I can't believe it. I genuinely can't believe it. And you know, I wear sandals, like, in hot weather. I've got sandals, innit? I've got a really nice pair of sandals, actually, that I've had for 10 years that I got from Rome. And they're really fucking nice. And I like to wear them, and it's good. But even when I'm wearing sandals, I'm a little bit like, ugh. You know, what if like a fucking shard of glass gets like, you know, gets caught in my feet or something. You know what I mean?
Connected to the earth that is underneath me. And I believe that cutting off those nerve endings can have very meaningful implications as well.
Okay, listen, right? If you want to, like, eat a bunch of magic mushrooms, which you should never do because it's illegal and the law is the arbiter of morality. But if you do, then, you know, like, sitting in a field and, like, putting your body up against the grass and shit like that and being like, yeah, like, you can feel it. You can, like, feel the connection that we have to the earth. And we do all have a connection to the earth, right? But you don't need to go barefoot for that all the time. You don't need to do that. Hey, Zadakis, what's going on? Welcome in. There are communities of men and some women who are dedicated to drinking their own piss in the false belief it cures them of everything, unfortunately growing in popularity alongside conspiracy theories called urine therapy. Yeah, we looked at that a tiny bit on stream like 6 months ago or something. And then also, like, Marina, you know, Marina Dove, like, their, like, stream is so good because they watch shit like that all the time. Like, Marina watches that shit all the time. It's so fucking funny. I'm barefoot most of the time, but I don't absorb information from my decking or my patio. Right, exactly.
There's something that happens when you start to let those...
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, like wearing shoes cuts off the nerve endings from being able to interact with the ground. But it's like, no, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. Didn't we watch this a year ago? Were you in my community a year ago? Oh my god, yeah, you've been following me for like since fucking August 11th. We might have watched this a year ago. I don't know. That's the benefit of having ADHD. You don't fucking remember anything. I did have like a really big deja vu moment when Zanzibar was like, I walk barefoot. So I don't know, maybe.
Nerve endings do their job, and this is a part of being barefoot. And
ever heard of people drinking raw water, which is just unfiltered rainwater? Like, here's the thing, right? I understand where this stuff has come from. It's like, you don't trust the government to, like, filter your water properly. You don't, like, you know, trust the government to make vaccines and stuff like that. Like, I understand. Like, I understand where all this comes from, but you're still wrong. Like, maybe instead of, like, drinking raw water, like, just, like, filter the water yourself. Like, collect the rainwater and filter it yourself. You know? And, like, you know, yeah, you want to, like, you know, ground yourself and feel the connection to the earth that we have and shit like that, which is fine. You want to get spiritual. I'm backing that. I'm like that too. But, like, just do it for a few minutes. Just meditate for a few minutes. You don't have to do it all the time. I know this is hyper-specific. I do enjoy that barefoot walking comes with an extra challenge as someone who finds regular walking really boring. IRL Death Stranding. That's what I mean. If you hike so much like Zanzibar that it's like, okay, I want like a new challenge. Yeah, do it. Go barefoot. That's fucking cool. Especially like in nature where, like, you know, if you're in the UK as well, right? That's fine. But like just in Australia, like in Florida, like I'm just like, what?
That is that
Nuts.
You develop calluses.
Out of his mind.
I like to say that it might appear that I'm not wearing shoes, but in a way...
Oh my god, he does have like a huge callus right there on his fucking That's massive. I've just noticed that when
way
you pointed
I
it out.
actually am. They are a naturally built-in sole right to the foot. So my
Bro, they're not. A callus is like a bodily reaction to like, you know, when it's exposed to something a lot. Like, just because we get calluses on our fingers when we play guitars doesn't mean that it's like natural to play guitar. Like, natural, like, you know, that we were like evolved to play guitars. Like, what are you on about, bro?
sole is very thick, and I can step, if I step on thorns, for example.
Do it. Do it. Show me. Step on some thorns. Do it, bro. Do it. Step on some thorns. I want to see.
Example, most of the time, they just go in.
Okay, he did show us. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, dude. I stand corrected.
A tiny way, not even to the sensitive part, not to the part that hurts because the callus has been built over it. So I'm able to step on little pieces of glass, for example, which I do sometimes, and it generally goes into the callus.
He's talking about stepping on glass. He's talking about stepping on glass.
Example, which I do sometimes, and it.
What?
On little pieces of glass, for example, which I do sometimes, and it generally goes into the callus and doesn't go deep in.
Like, I don't want to take that chance, bro. I don't want to take that chance. I honestly think a lot of these people feel too insecure to admit they just enjoy the sensory experience. They have to justify it in order to make it seem legit and serious. You've hit the nail on the head there, Zanzibar. You've hit the nail on the head there. This guy is not understanding that what he's doing right here is like a deep, inbuilt desire to be like the top of the hierarchy, i.e. like the smartest boy and the most correct boy, right? And also, like, I cannot be sensitive enough to show my opinions. Like, I just like it. I can't. It would be too feminine to do that. I just like it. Even though this guy appears, for all intents and purposes, hippy dippy, crusty, musty, dusty, you know, and like probably might not care about like appearing feminine or whatever. Like in the dark recesses of his, like, you know, patriarchally conditioned mind, he is like just not able to be like, I just like how it feels. I just think it's neat. You're spot on. You're absolutely spot on. You know? The thing Lyra says, the thing is building a callus like that is also probably going to stop those nerve endings from feeling things. Right! He's talking about, oh my God, he's talking about how you need to stop wearing shoes because wearing shoes stops all those nerve endings from getting to the floor. But then he's going on about, don't worry about it because actually, you develop calluses which are like shoes anyway. And so you don't feel things. Oh my God, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So a lot of people worry about these things like that. People always say, well, doesn't it hurt? Don't you get injured? Well,
right, exactly. He's alienated from nature because of capitalism. Then he takes his capitalist and patriarchal mindset with him into nature. Absolutely, yeah.
First of all, you build it up over time. If you've been wearing shoes for decades, it takes you time for your feet to reliberate and become a part of the land.
I felt that at the start. In fairness, you have to feel like you have to justify yourself as a fitness guru or people will think you're strange. This is the thing. It's like we have to get it out of our heads that like being strange is bad, right? You know what I mean? Like doing things differently is bad. Like me and my community can literally like accept that you are a barefoot guy, right? But that's because you aren't being like this guy. You know, we understand that it's like, yeah, it's fine and cool to do so. Like, yeah, go on a barefoot hike and shit. It's like okay to be a little bit strange. Like, imagine asking a community of like queer and disabled people and like, you know, people of color to be like, you know, oh well, actually, like being you know, different is wrong. Like being different is bad. Like, you know.
But also, again, just remember, these were designed to function in the first place.
Bro.
A lot of, I think, shoe industry.
What about your appendix? You gonna eat grass? Oh my God, that's why he eats the leaves on his plants. That's why he eats the leaves on his plants. Because he's like, oh, I've got an appendix. I need to use it. Oh my God, have we figured it out?
Today are
If you weren't here yesterday, chat, we were watching him talking about like growing plants to survive from and to eat from and stuff. And he was talking about all the leaves. He was like, yeah, you can eat all the leaves of all these plants. And it's like, huh? Like, why are you doing that? But that's obviously it's because he's got an appendix. And he's like, yeah, we need to use our appendix.
Billion-dollar companies. This is a huge industry. Do you really think that the way they design everything is always for the best interest of our feet and our health?
Oh, bro, you are like so close to getting it, dude. You're so close to getting it. Like, you just went crusty. You went crusty. You could have gone Kropotkin, which I'm not going to lie is a type of crusty, but you went crusty dusty.
Or do you think that money may play a large role in the way they do things?
Listen, man, you know, like, I am all for, like, saying that capitalism is bad and shit like that, but, like, you know, you could make the same argument about Big Pharma, and oh, I just remembered he's an anti-vaxxer. Okay, forget it. Doesn't matter.
There's actually studies out there that show that once shoes get above $100, you actually see more injuries. And that's the next big part that I really want to talk about, and that is that by being barefoot, what I've found...
I hate capitalism, which is why I'm chasing views as a nature guru spouting pseudoscience, right?
...is that I'm actually able to stay within my boundaries.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with that statement entirely because, like, I'm an anti-capitalist and I have to survive in this society and I'm chasing views. You know what I mean? But at least I think I'm doing it as ethically as possible, as ethically as you possibly could, you know? Within the system, but like I know what you're trying to say. He's like talking about how like like wearing shoes is bad, but also like I'm trying to sell the idea of not wearing shoes for you.
Think about this for a second. Our shoes are designed with absorption, shock absorption in them. You see on these commercials how it shows the perfect shock absorption. Okay, I'm not a very good impersonator. But where do we see the most knee replacements and hip replacements? It's from sports like basketball, like tennis, like track and field on concrete where people are wearing shoes and just pounding their feet down.
So what you've done is you've made an observation which confirms your bias and you're just like using it to confirm your bias.
So by being barefoot,
whereas like 90% of people who don't do track and field 90% of people who don't do track and field, don't do basketball, don't do any sports, who just wear shoes like quote unquote normally to get from A to B, like they're not getting hip replacements. What are you on about?
What happens?
See you later,
is
Mr. Dank. Thanks for being here.
To take that impact naturally, I use my legs and my feet to step down.
Take up basketball, bro. I want to see you play basketball. I want to see you take up professional basketball. No shoes allowed.
And jump down.
Go on, show me, bro. Show me
that impact in.
Show me.
But what happens with the modern?
He even talks about like the concrete. And it's like, yeah, dude, it's the concrete. Like, you're right in a sense. It's the concrete. Like, you know, pounding your fucking feet down on concrete and shit like that is gonna suck. You know what I mean? But like, it's not the shoes, it's the environment. I want to see him. Yeah, I want to see him in central Manhattan, like you said, without anyone stepping on him. Oh, imagine trying to commute with no feet. You get your feet stepped on, like kick someone's shoes, your toenail comes off. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Yeah, let me take the impact of this brick to my head at the construction site as God intended. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Lyra, what's going on? Welcome in. And hey, Death Tales as well. What's going on?
Modern day shoes is they allow us to really hit down hard, and it does take some of that impact, but not nearly enough.
What do you mean, bro?
Is that the modern day shoe actually...
Okay, listen. Fundamentally, he's wrong about physics in this case, right? Even just talking about shoes. It's like, right... He's saying that, like, oh, we need to use, like, the whole of our feet to take the thing, to take the weight of the impact, right? But, like, what do you think your foot's doing inside the shoe, Einstein? Like, do you think we only use, like, 5% of the foot inside the shoe? Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Allows me to go beyond the natural limitations of my body and allows me to injure myself even more. So like I said, I've injured my feet a few times, but the injuries that I've had are minor compared to the long...
Bro, you talked about like getting glass in your feet. That would not have happened if you were wearing shoes when you were walking through New York.
Long-term damaging injuries that you see in this societal way of just allowing ourselves and pushing our bodies beyond what they're actually capable of doing.
Hey, Mark.
So being barefoot forces me to stay within my body's capability.
Dude, I am like... It's like, it is the branch down. It is the branching path down to, like, eugenics, this shit. 100%. 100%. Little like phrases like that, like stay within my body's capability. It forces me to realize that nature is the be all and end all, you know?
Now, speaking of forcing me to do what my body is designed to do and what I want to do, being barefoot also keeps me out of places that I don't want to go. You know the sign, no shoes, no shirt, no service. Well, a lot of places won't allow me in barefoot. One of those places is bars. I don't really want to drink very much. I don't really want to go to those places.
Bro, I got like the wildest idea for you, right? I got the wildest idea for you, bro, right? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Just don't go. Just don't go inside. Just don't go inside. Just don't go inside. What the fuck? This is so silly. This is so silly. Oh my God.
So being barefoot actually prevents me from going to those places even when I might...
Shoes do force you to go into pubs and bars. That's right. Whenever I wear shoes, I just feel this overwhelming urge to go to a bar. Like, as a sober guy, right? I'm literally, like, blown away by that take. Blown away. Like, I can literally just, like, not go. You know what I mean? I can literally just, like, not go. I'm losing my shit. The moment I lace up my shoes, my legs just start moving towards the nearest pub, right? The pain of this keeps me from doing things I could do with shoes, but this is a good thing. Nature intended for this. Yeah, it's extremely ableist, Lyra. Yeah, extremely ableist. Like, this is just coming from, like, a privileged position of you know... I can't believe it, you know?
Slip up and go to them because I'm often out and about with
what's he on about? Slipping up?
So being
relapsing
barefoot just kind of keeps me outside and keeps me...
I mean, maybe he is an alcoholic. I don't know, but like, listen, If you're an alcoholic, like, I'm not being funny, not wearing shoes would not stop you from getting pissed. 1,000%.
If I'm not outside in more chill places, the places that I want to be, rather than in shopping malls and consumeristic places.
Yeah, he's not mentioned that,
bars.
TTK.
So being barefoot really just kind of forces me to live the life that I have.
Purple Apple says, looking at a no shoes, no service sign and going, I don't want to go there anyway. That's literally it. He's actually coping. Like, that's what's going on. Like, he loves, like, not wearing shoes. And he's like, actually, like, I would really like to just, like, go in and have a quiet pint. You know what I mean? You know, like, you have a quiet pint. You know what I mean? But really, he can't go in. And he hates that. He hates that so much. He's coping. He's fucking coping so hard. He's seething.
Actually
he's
want.
Pissing, he's shitting, he's
Another
coming.
Thing that being barefoot
he's
does
crying.
Is it forces me to slow down. I have to pay attention to where I'm going. With shoes, you can just plow over everything and not have to think about the ground beneath your feet.
Wait, what? Wait, what? My brain is falling out. My brain is falling out. Every single thing he says is just absurd.
Being barefoot really just kind of forces me to live the life that I actually want. Another thing that being barefoot does is it forces me to slow down. I have to pay attention to where I'm going. With shoes, you can just plow over everything and not have to think about the ground beneath your feet.
Yeah.
But whether I'm walking or I'm running, I mentioned that wearing shoes really connects me to my surroundings because I have to look where I'm going. So
famously, shoe wearers don't look where they're going. Famously.
People worry about stepping in dog poop, for example. Well, I actually am watching where I'm going, so I'm less likely to step in dog poop than with...
He's stepped in dog poop. He's done it. He's done it. That's why he's mentioning it. He's done it.
Shoes, because I have to pay attention to my surroundings. And I'll
you just put on shoes and you're instantly blind.
Glass. Yeah. People often that are walking with me are like, stop, Rob, there's glass. I know there's glass. I'm the barefoot one.
Oh, you see? Did you see that? Did you see what just happened there? Did you see the way that he said that? Right? He was like, I know there's glass. I'm the barefoot one. Like, that is literally that, like, egotistical me attitude that, like, so many people have in, like, the you know, white colonial settler capitalism world, right? Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, actually, I think you'll find I know there's dog shit on my face. I put it there myself.
I have to pay attention to that. So you start to pay more attention to your surroundings. But again, it slows me down. I want to live a relaxed life. I want to live stress-free.
That's right, Grub. Yeah, I know there's glass. It's in my foot.
And being barefoot really slows me down. It makes me have to pay attention to where I'm going. I can't hurry as much. And it really, just as much as it keeps me working within my body.
How did his buddy see the glass if he's wearing shoes? Yeah, it's not linking together there. It's not linking together.
It also keeps me slow and helps me to live a more, relaxed, calm, stress-free life. And again, a big part of that is keeping me out of the places that aren't a part of that. Back to the dog poop thing. What about the hygiene of being barefoot?
I want to see what he says now. This is gonna be the moment. This is gonna be the moment.
The interesting thing about it is that being barefoot, I find it's easier to practice good hygiene than with shoes and socks.
Okay, all right. I'm doing psychic Muel time, everybody. He's gonna say, when you wear socks, your feet get really sweaty. And then you get sweaty and you get like fungal nail disease and shit like that. And then if you get rid of, and maybe athlete's foot, and if you get rid of shoes and socks, you don't have that. That's what he's going to say. That's what he's going to say. He's not going to talk about his case of hookworms, yeah.
That might be counterintuitive to a lot of people who think that the world is this dirty place and where germs are a bad thing.
We heard it here first, folks. Germs, famously, not a bad thing. Just inhale someone's cough when they're next to you. Just literally, when someone coughs, just fucking huff that shit, bro. Just like huff it in. Like use their body like a bong. Just like when someone has coronavirus, just get their body, like do a little thing like this, and just like push on their lungs and get it all in there. You know?
Thing. That's a whole nother thing to go into, and that I have gone into in other videos. But the important thing is there's a lot of problems that are created with shoes. And one of those...
This guy is just... this guy is just like a sentient colony of parasites because they're... He's like trying to convince people, like, yes, that's right, tell the humans not to wear shoes. We will breathe inside their feet for generations to come.
Those is bacterial problems and fungal problems. Think about this for a second.
Oh, he's got like a parasite in his brain that's like telling him that. Do you know what I mean?
Where does fungus grow? It grows in damp, dark places. If you have a wall that's in the blazing sunlight, that's not where bacteria and fungus grows. It's going to grow on the shady side of the house where it's cooler and where it is moist.
Warning, do not lick doorknobs unless you're a level 5 barefoot practitioner. That's true.
So, with feet.
Psychic Mule. I told you. Do you know what? He's being even more stupid than I gave him credit for. He was gonna be like, say something that's like related to science because like, fungal nail disease and shit like that. That like happens because like your feet are like too moist and you don't wash them and like you wear the same socks day after day and shit like that. But like he's gonna say that like you get fungal toenail disease because your feet are in the dark. He's gonna say it because your feet are in the dark.
Where is fungus going to grow? In damp socks inside shoes where it's dark and moist? Or on
okay, he did say that it's moist. He did say it's moist.
Feet that are exposed to fresh air and sunlight. Athlete's foot.
Does he think that like people wear shoes in bed?
And foot fungus is a product of stuffing our feet inside of damp shoes, damp socks.
Yeah, and like what you can do is just like not wear damp shoes or socks. Easy. Like what you do to avoid that if you wear shoes and socks, right, is you just don't wear damp ones. Like you don't.
Being barefoot prevents that fungus and prevents fungus foot. So it's actually, being barefoot is a form of good hygiene. As far as the dirt and stuff that
fungi could still grow on barefoot, is that right?
Gets onto the bottom of the foot. Well, it's a wet day today, so...
Have we got a Lord of the Ring cast of weird wood dudes yet? That would be so dope if we got like art of like barefoot guy, and then Erwin Saunders, and then Mark, and then the weird guy who's like who's the guy that we found, Care Bear, the Prince Andrew guy, and then Lord Joshua Allen as like Lord of the Rings characters. That would be so fucking funny. That would be so fucking good.
You can see that there's dirt on the bottom of my foot, but the thing about being barefoot is I actually pay a close...
He's a hobbit. He is the hobbit of the group.
...attention to my hygiene. My feet are very important to me. If I was
the Freeland guy's dad as well, yeah.
Leave dog poop on the bottom
a fighting game.
Crevices. But if I'm gonna get something on my foot, I'm going to wash it off.
Oh my God! Who said that? Who said that in the chat? Someone said it earlier. Someone said he has to wash his feet all the time. That's why his feet are cleaner. Who said that? Who said that?
So being barefoot actually creates naturally good hygiene.
Lyra, you're right. You were right.
Another part of that is exfoliation. You see a lot of people's feet who has just so much dead skin on it and these toenails that are just gunked up. Well, walking
Dog poop
barefoot
becoming quite
is
the motif,
natural
yeah.
exfoliation. In fact, my favorite way to exfoliate my whole body is to go to the beach and just use sand to rub my body.
This guy just goes to the beach. This guy just goes to the beach, strips off and just wriggles around in the sand. Like a chinchilla. This is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Barefoot is a natural exfoliation. In fact, my favorite way to exfoliate my whole body is to go to the beach and just use sand to rub my body. But my feet are being exfoliated constantly. So it builds up the callus as needed, but it doesn't hold on to all the dead skin.
Bro,
so
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I can't listen to this guy anymore.
Natural hygiene. A couple more things. One is minimalism.
This guy this guy smells crazy. You know this guy smells so crazy. You can smell him through the screen.
And money and sustainability, wrapping all those things together. So minimalist-wise, some people have dozens of pairs of shoes. The average person, I don't know, might have a dozen pair of shoes.
Yeah, you just like accumulate that shit over your life because you find like different shoes are applicable in different situations. Sandals for when it's warm, wellies for when it's wet, boots for when you go hiking, trainers for when you go running, smart shoes for if you want to go out and look nice. Like, bro, like I am so blown away by this guy.
Sustainability.
Smelling like an antique shop full of weed.
Guys, that's extremely destructive to have.
Men in Black are looking
so
for this
much.
guy, yeah.
For me, this is about saying, I don't need so much. I'm a human being with a human body, and I can exist without so much of a need for such a large amount of modern produced stuff.
Dude, you are like based in so many ways, but this is just not it. Like everything that he is thinking to do with like healthcare and feet. Oh, dude, it's just so wrong.
Now, companies like Nike tell you that you're supposed to replace your shoes every 500 miles. That creates an incredible amount of garbage and pollution, but it also burns a lot of money. My goal is to live with very little money, and my bare feet are definitely a representation of that.
The CIA are just gonna like capture this guy. If he's like not taking part in society and not using money and shit, they're just gonna put him in Guantanamo Bay soon.
I've been wearing.
That's what's gonna go. That's what's gonna happen
for the last about 4 years. So you can imagine just how much less money I spent, how much less trash that I create, how much less dependent.
This is what happens, chat. Right when your sort of like relationship with capital is extremely abusive, right? And you've not recognized it. You know what I mean? Where you're literally like, I keep getting told by these corporations that me using all these like clothes and shoes and garbage bags and shit like that is killing the planet. So it's obviously me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to live without shoes for the rest of my life. And get hookworms and fucking die in pain. You know what I mean?
That I am on this industry that I see as a destructive industry. And of
Reject
course,
modernity,
as I said,
embrace stepping in dog
barefoot
shit.
Keeps me out of the shops, so I can actually spend a lot less money in that way.
Hey, Josh.
So those are some of the reasons that
me.
I'm barefoot. Those are some of the benefits that I've seen from it, and those are just things that I think are worth thinking about. And it's not about, any form of being dogmatic and doing something 100% of the time. My goal is to work with the earth, to tread lightly on the earth, to enjoy my treading on the earth and be connected to it. And being barefoot as much as I can does.
You can do that without shoes. I mean, you could do that with shoes. Fuck, what? He's converted me. He's converted me.
That. If I'm in cold climates, again, I wear shoes, but if it gets up to 50 degrees Fahrenheit, 10 degrees Celsius, on a warm day, I'll try to get out, especially even the...
So you do wear shoes. So you do wear shoes.
10 degrees Celsius.
Hold up, chat. He admits it.
Being barefoot as much as I can does that. If I'm in cold climates, again, I wear shoes, but if...
But bro, what about all the nerve endings that you're preventing touching the... I thought that it was natural to not wear shoes. What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? I thought... He did say that earlier. Well, maybe he did, but I lost all of that. All recollection of that.
If it gets up to 50 degrees Fahrenheit, 10 degrees Celsius, on a warm day, I'll try to get out, especially even the blacktop can be warm on days like that. So I do what I can to be barefoot as much as I can. If it's cold outside, at least I can be barefoot at home and giving my feet that fresh air and that connectedness.
Shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up. I'm done. I'm done with that guy. Listen, chat, you've had an extra hour of stream than you normally would have got. So you better be grateful. I'm just kidding. You don't have to be grateful. I'm extremely grateful for you, chat, for getting me to the July dono goal. Thank you so much, chat. It was excellent. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you, everybody who's donated this month and who donates every month. I'm going to be back tomorrow for the last stream of the month, which is going to be cool. Don't forget, chat, we've got movie night in the Discord. This week, on Friday, we're watching Chasseurs du Scans and Labyrinth. Very, very excited. Very, very excited. And at some stage next month, I am going to be doing a bonus stream where I play Battle for Middle-earth 2 whilst cosplaying as Gandalf the Grey. The Gay. So yes, very excited. Gang. You have to go home, but you can't stay here. I'm going to find someone cool for us to raid. Let's have a little look. Let's have a little look. Have a little look. Have a little look. And yeah, honestly, I can't thank you enough, chat, for all the support. I can't thank you enough for all the support. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the, even if you've subbed on Twitch, even if you've given bits and shit like that, if you've like hosted, if you followed today as well, because I know some people have followed today. I had quite a few follows today actually, which is pretty cool. Oh, yes. We have many options for people to raid. Whomst am I going to raid? Well, the answer to that question is I am gonna raid $27. It's very, very rare that I get to raid David. He is a phenomenal supporter of this stream, and he's a good friend. I count him as a friend. Lovely lad. Definitely deserves your love and support. So, let's go raid David. Come with me. Use the raid command. Stick that in your clipboard. And stick it in David's chat when we get there. But yes, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Even if you've just been here just chilling. Even if you've been here just lurking, I appreciate you. Thank you. And I'll see you tomorrow. For more Weird Guys in Woods, more news analysis, shit like that. More hopium, more leftist hopium. Don't forget, that's what you get here, chat. That's what you get here. But yeah, I'll see you later. Mwah. Stay excellent to each other. Peace.